Good morning, Chris. All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to yet another episode 8, I think, of our Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath Seafaring series, attempt 28. Now, we gotta hop right in, because in the last episode, we were successful in our endeavor to acquire olivine, quartz dust, and bauxite. The bauxite was a lot harder, but with a little bit of seafaring and some shanties, we made it, we found it, and we brought a whole bunch of it back home. All right, now we just have the task of preparing. Let's start staggering this iron. We have to produce this iron. That's weird. What's going on with my game's time? Time isn't passing. Oh, this is weird. Oh, shit, we overslept. Damn it. It wasn't passing for a bit, and then it just passed a whole bunch all at once. Alright, well, we overslept right there. Let's light this one. Holy shit, that was wide open. All right, let's, we have good visibility. Let's go take a look around, see if there's anything we can kill. I can try to restore some stability as we go. Thank you, Susanna. All right, let's check on these. 9 hours, 19 minutes. We don't light the other one yet. Is that over my head? Oh, wow. It's a surface one. So I don't think that's actually a normal spawn. I think that's just part of the glitches of the mod. Hell yeah. Hello, Dave. Holy shit. This fucking guy just walks out of my house. Let's eat. Holy shit. All right, that's just a surface shiver. Yeah, I think that surface creatures are spawning here, but nothing super dangerous. Anyway, I think I have to go light another one of the bloomeries now. We got a temporal gear. Yep. Okay. We're gonna have to make an iron anvil. Probably gonna have to do 2 full bloomery batches in order to have enough steel, like enough iron to make steel, as well as having enough iron to make an anvil for reshaping the steel. I like having visibility out here. It actually allows me to fight without worrying too much about being flanked. Let's head back in. Not quite time to light the next one yet. Okay. So if I want stronger creatures to show up, then I would have to let my temporal stability get nice and low before the storm. Apparently. Let's eat. We can light this one now. All right, let's try to get chat open. And a boat. Yes, we built the boat and we got sailing. That's true. I forgot that in the recap. All right, 2 hours and 26 minutes until we can start working on the first batch of bloomeries. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a shit real soon. Oh, I can feel it. It's bubbling in the cauldron. Welcome, Brian. Welcome. So, Chris, Brian, how are you guys doing today? Heal up. All right, we might be able to light another bloomery now. Yep. Let's eat. Alright, we're gonna have to start doing the actual smelting work any second. Let's grab this, move it over. Okay. We got a lot of kills today. Still no baby yet. No baby goat. But we might get to finally drink our first drink of milk sometime in the next in-game month or so. All right, let's begin. Aww. Okay, lesson learned. Don't put that there. Honestly, that sucks so bad. I can fix it easily enough with one piece of coal, but it is annoying. Let's use a piece of anthracite to fix that. It's a very long burning coal. They're still hot. They're just not as hot as they would otherwise be. And let's light this last one. Right on, Brian, right on. Tom and Susie are well, Chris. Glad to hear you're doing okay, too. Fucked each other's brains out this morning. All right, let's grab this, put that one down. And let's allow them to get started on it. I might turn the effect sound level down to like 35. Yeah, that way it's less imposing on the ears. All right. Wow, the anthracite didn't last as long as I thought. It has a 196-second burn duration. That's weird. All right, whatever. Let's put that in there. Get it lit. I'll have to be more diligent about switching them in order to heat up multiple with one piece of coal. Okay, that'll do for that one. $750 is a good enough temperature. We can take this one off, put that one on. And there we go. They're all heated up. And I will never put a bloomery next to my water again. One thing I could do to stop that from happening is just put a hatch over the water. I have a spare hatch, don't I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can fucking open that hatch and close it, like, based on our needs, right? Cool. Let's get a little bit of sleep. There's an hour left before that's done. All right. Could you imagine if this game had the Nether? I'm hoping that in the future you'll have to actually go into the Rust dimension for like a quest objective. You know, like that'd be badass. A very dangerous place, just full of nightmare creatures, but I don't know how the player would feasibly survive it though. It is extremely deadly. Like just having one bellhead shiver is enough to kill you by itself. Right, so if you had like that plus bow torns plus more shivers, I don't really know how the player would be expected to handle it. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, God bless. Okay. You know what? Scratch that. I think I know how the player would be expected to handle it. Titanium armor, right? Titanium is in the game. That's ilmenite, right? So if they add titanium armor and it's even more protective than steel armor, then I could see it being possible to be surrounded by things like bellhead shivers and actually kill them and come out of it. It would have to be extremely protective armor though, making you nearly unkillable against the highest tiers of attacks. All right, boys, I gotta take a shit. I'll be right back. Dragon plate armor, damn straight. Is Uzi? Oh, man.
A bunch. Use your fork.
I'll just take 2. Thank you, sweetie.
Take at least 3.
No, 2's fine.
Please take 3.
Duck, fine. What, you make too much for yourself?
Yeah. I wanted you to take 3.
Okay, thanks. Oh, I got enough room in my body for more food now, boys. We're good. I just need to grab paper towel. Oh, never mind. I have Kleenex here. Alright, I got Kleenex actually. Do you wish YouTube would tell you how long you've been a member to the channel? Between 2 and 6 months. Yeah, between 2 and 6 months. I think. Probably, given my memory, month 11? Once that star turns orange, that's the year point. Right, I just have to ask you, did you renew your membership? You're on a gifted right now, right? I need to know if I have to put you back in the description. Okay, now, let's keep on doing our ironworking and metallurgy. $19 minutes. How am I doing on pickaxes and shit? Okay. I do have spares over here. I think I'm gonna store them over there, though. All right. Let's crack this open. Month 1, 2, and a year, eh? Okay. Right, the yellow star. I mistakenly thought that I made the yellow star a 6-month one. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If you ever renew your membership, just let me know. I'll add you back in like a heartbeat to the description. I just have to try to be accurate with it. What really sucks is there's no there's no creator tool to tell who's paying for a membership versus who was gifted one, except for a very unreliable method. This is my only way to tell who has paid for a membership. I'll show you right now, and you can tell, you can be like, yeah, that's, holy shit, that's stupid. This is the only way, right? You see these pictures here? These are the people who are paying for a membership. That's my only indication. So I literally have to repeatedly refresh the page and look at the pictures in order to find out who is there, right? Fucking ridiculous. Like, I have to keep refreshing this. That's my only way to tell. There's no other list in the entirety of the creator studio that tells you who's paying. No names, just the pictures. So I actually have to go all the way over here to my dashboard, look at the members list, and then look for the pictures in this massive list. Right? It's fucking annoying. You'd think it would be obvious that, like, if a creator wants to give thanks to members, that YouTube would have an intuitive way of knowing who's paying, right? All right, let's eat. I don't really need to make anything out of the iron. Eventually we are gonna need to make the granite coffins for the cementation furnace. It is stupid, it is, yeah. Yeah, you gotta write it down, right? Because it doesn't, YouTube has no way of telling you who's a paying member other than those pictures. Yeah, and the shitty part is when someone's membership expires, you are not notified. So like a month could, like half a month could go by, or a month could go by where someone's still in my description, but they stopped being a member a while ago, right? That's why every time I notice, I have to write it down and I have to change it like on the fly while I'm live. Otherwise, it might be weeks before I even notice, you know? It's annoying, man. Like YouTube has such a creator unfriendly system. Which is crazy, because like YouTube's entire success is built on the back of creators, not itself. It's us who have made YouTube successful. Which is really, it's so weird that we can't even have intuitive systems for thanking our members. Honestly, if it was up to me, YouTube would have a built-in setting where every video, it can be one of your upload defaults to have a list of paying members in the description. A list which updates on the fly in real time, you know, between uploads or between live streams. I'm really glad that I'm not cramping anymore, man. I had to take such a massive shit that my belly was hurting. I've been getting fed too well by the missus. All right, let's try these small ones. They are good. The small ones are good. Oh, and that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. I'm dreading. God forbid, you know, if my mom passes away in the next like 10 years or whatever, she has so many auto renewing subscriptions where like she's going to be racking up credit card debt for the weeks and months after she passes away. And I'm worried that they might try to make me foot the bill for it, me or my sister, right? I agree with you. I agree with you, Brian. Auto renewals are, well, that's the thing. If something happens to you, then the company is just stealing your money and giving you nothing in exchange for it, right? And then oftentimes your family is saddled with that debt. It has to be paid off by the estate, so. And honestly, it's not your responsibility to notify me. It should be up to YouTube. YouTube should be making sure that I know who the paying members are at all times with very minimal effort. Yeah, that's a YouTube failure. All right, we have one more bloomery left to do. 29 minutes and it'll be done. But we're building up a really good stockpile of iron. Let's go deposit our extra stuff. Got some more arrows, flax fiber, rusty gears, temporal gear. Okay. I'm definitely digging the consistency of our windmill. It's nearly always working. The time periods where we have no mechanical power are few and far between. I wonder if, I wonder how easy it is or how difficult it is to cancel somebody's credit card when they've died. Right? Because there's usually a whole bunch of identity verification involved with it, but what if the person can't verify their identity because they're dead?
I think that the bank automatically puts by that person. At that point, only the person who will inherit has to.
Okay. Because in the age of subscriptions, God, people would just bleed money after they passed away. Let's open all of these, close the doors. We only need those open for base defense. And we're done for now with the iron processing. Now I need to prepare the refractory shit. Yeah, we need to make the refractory bricks. I made a bunch, actually. I can get started on that right now. Yeah, look at all these. All right. And we have 2 stacks of regular bricks from more bloomeries. So let's pile these up in here. We have such a big quantity that I will actually save a lot of fuel by doing them in here. I'm really glad that we ended up finding as much as we did fire clay last night before the stream ended. Fucking godsend, buddy. We have a lot less to worry about now. Look at that, we have almost an entire beehive kiln. Okay, not really. I could technically be stacking these up a little bit more each pile, but still, we have a lot of bricks. And it is glorious. All right, let's get this lit and start producing those. I do have some raw, I have 1 raw fire clay brick in here. Is there anything else I'd like to make? Because, like, I could make more tan bricks or something. But I think we're okay. I honestly do. All right, let's grab some peat and let's get it lit. I might need more peat, but we have plenty of dirt for terraforming terrain if that's the case. I definitely need more peat. All right, let's go get gathering it then. I really wish I could see the peat under here. I know that there's peat under here, but I'm gonna struggle to see it. Here we go. This is a starter point. Okay, we reached the edge of that row. We'll just fill that in with fences. All right. Let's eat. Honestly, I may as well try to get as much of this node as I can, because we need a lot of peat. The startup cost for just doing a batch in the beehive kiln is like, fuck, it's like 300 peat. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a lot. It's very expensive. It's even crazier when you know that like the default stack size of peat in vanilla is like 32. I have it doubled to 64 here thanks to my bigger pockets mod. Okay, we cleared this part out. Now we gotta fill it all in with dirt. Restore the terrain. I'll leave this open so that we can start gathering all that. Okay, that's got to be 2 blocks high, so we'll put fences in the bottom. And then we'll put dirt on top of the fences. It allows us to save on dirt for terraforming, right? We have so much stone, and you don't even need clay to make the stone fences. It's literally just the stone. So it's a really good use for all that stone you get while you're mining. Make fences, you know, you dig out a bunch of shit, and then you put the stone down on the bottom, like the stone fences, and then you put the dirt on top. That's gonna stop creature spawns down there, right? If you cover up a hole, then you're just gonna have monsters spawning under the ground, and although they can't hurt you from down there, their groans would be annoying while you're trying to enjoy life on the homestead. Yeah. Okay, and while we have dirt, let's close this up. I've been putting this off for, God, like a year now, so. There we go. Let's eat. We do have a lot more peat, but I could also use a lot more than this. So I'm thinking we don't even stop. We just keep on gathering. Did I gather all of it? I mean, this peat field was massive. I'd be very surprised if I actually got all of it. But it looks like I might have, other than maybe stuff over here. Holy shit, I might have actually cleaned it out. That's very surprising. I guess so. All right, let's close this up. All right, there we go. Deposit the dirt and the stone fences in there. Let's grab more rammed earth. That's chiseled blocks. I don't need those. Okay. Flowers. Sticks. Load up the peat and fire the bricks. All right. I think we got it all. Let's get it lit. It'll take exactly 10 hours for it to finish. 10 hours of consistent operation. So 2275. That means it's going to be done at 3275, basically 33. Okay, when that says 33, it's done. All right, now, you know what? I might need more iron, but right now we're gonna focus on making the anvil. We really need an anvil. I think I have some crushed up borax here. Yes, I do. In order to make the anvil, how much iron do we need? We need the anvil base and the anvil top. 5 iron ingots. And 5 iron ingots, so it should be 10. All right. We're only gonna light 2 of those for now. It's a decent amount of time and energy to make an anvil, but it'll be nice to have 2 anvils at long last, right? Let's deposit that iron. We're gonna make 6 more bloomeries. I don't currently have enough iron for them, though. It doesn't have to matter. We'll get it. Anyway, let's start making the anvil base. Nothing to it, buddy. Just move those voxels, right? There's a lot of them, but you're still just moving voxels into the green squares. Nothing to it. Okay, now we need a new ingot. I may not be able to finish before it cools down below the workable temperature, but that's expected. This is a massive hunk of metal. Let's eat. They were working on getting the lowest level done first. Okay, the lowest level is done. Now we just need like one more ingot on there. That's the 5th ingot, so this should be enough voxels to finish it. I don't know if we'll finish on time, but... we will certainly try. Looks like I might actually need one more ingot on there. Funnily enough, I think I had to use one extra. I don't know how, but we need to heat it up. I almost finished in time. Yeah, for some reason I had to use a 6th ingot. I don't know why. It said I needed 5, but clearly that wasn't true. I didn't remove any voxels, so... let's light it. And let's assume that the same is going to be true for the anvil top and put 6 ingots instead of 5. Okay. There we go. We can just leave that in here for now. Let's eat up again. And now we need the anvil top. And I'm gonna need some powdered borax. Right, you know what it might be? I heard a theory that apparently if you put 3 ingots on top of each other, it deletes the top layer. Because the smithing voxels cannot go higher than 5 blocks tall. So that's most likely what happened, is I put down 3 ingots to start and it was too much. Fair enough. I actually think that's exactly what happened. And that would explain why I used enough but didn't finish. Anyway, we're gonna try to do the bottom first. Okay. Yeah, we gotta level these out for the next ingot to be placed. I can see how this would be a lot easier and require far fewer swings if you used a plate. Okay, we need 3 more voxels over there. But then the entire base is going to be done. We're going to have to heat it up here in a second. But I managed to get the entire bottom layer done before we had to heat it up. No worries, butter, no worries. heavy hits could also possibly save me a lot of energy here. Let's eat. All right, I think that entire bottom row is nearly done. Let's add another ingot. All right. All right, I tried to lower the height of the top as much as I could. That's too cold. We're gonna have to heat that up. We'll heat up the ingots and we'll heat up the anvil. All right, here we go. Rotate it so that the ingot is placed lengthwise. And yeah, we're just about done. Move that up. And then we're gonna move these to the side. And then move those top ones down. It's easier. Yeah, you know what? I actually ended up able to finish the entire anvil with 5 ingots. The reason why is because I didn't place 3 ingots all at once in the beginning, so it didn't delete my voxels, right? It's kind of a stupid system. I feel like you shouldn't be able to add it if it's not going to count it and leave it there, but it is what it is. So I think I need to have both of these up to a workable temperature. And then we have to hammer them together in order to make the iron anvil. All right. Okay, there we go. We now have an iron anvil. Thank you, sweetie. They're honestly pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Me likes it when it's cheesy on the inside. Spike.
Boy, I'm gonna slay you.
You're the big bad.
Honestly.
Consistently funny. Kind of bitchy. Yeah. All right, now we're gonna set up our next batch of iron. We are gonna need more magnetite though. Oh yeah. How much time has it been since I lit this? We were supposed to turn it off at 33. Oh, look at that. It's fucking 33 right there. So we should be done. Let's see if these look complete. Unfired refractory brick. Okay, no, yeah, they still have to keep going. Fair enough. Yeah, because we can actually get like nearly an entire stack of peat back if we collect it. Because there's still peat burning when the task is already done, generally. All right. We don't need that much more magnetite for the next batch. I might want to make more charcoal ahead of time, though. We are going to need some more. That's going to involve cutting down a lot more trees, but we can just pick any forest. Okay, so you can actually... You can check on those without stopping it by opening a hatch. Anyway, it looks like it's done, so let's grab all this. Hell yeah, I pretty much got a stack and a half back. All right, refractory bricks. It's way too hot to grab those. We'll need these tongs. Bitches need their thongs. All right, let's go. Let's eat. And let's cool these off. Open the hatch. Okay, beautiful. 10 out of 10, I would totally build a beehive kiln again, and I would build it at a standard fire clay bricks. It's expensive, but you can use it for so long before, you know, let's take a look at how long it's been working. 34 hours, which means that I should still have another like 150 hours before the bricks break, right? We've done 3 massive batches already. Anyway, at this point, we're gonna need some mortar. I also, you know what, let's deposit these for now. I need to get granite, rock. Oh, it's full? I guess I'll just stack this right here. Yeah, we're gonna need to get some granite rock in order to make the coffins. So we're just gonna go do some quarrying, and I'll probably make a rough cut chisel. Making pizza rolls, eh? Oh, my man. It is insane that they put this much work into the game. Yeah, it's so much thought, you know, like making all the mechanics interesting, making everything fun, engaging. You just don't see that level of dedication much these days in game development. All right, we need to eat some of this honey, get our fruit score up. I think we'll definitely have enough honey for the rest of the season. Rough cut chisel, there it is. Wow, the rough cut chisel pretty much just requires that you remove voxels. You don't even have to actually move any of them. And it's only $20, yeah. This game is a pillar of the industry. That's why it's such a damn shame that it's not well known. Okay, with that rough cut chisel, we can get a lot done. Let's grab our bronze splitter plugs. We don't need to get that much granite this time. Just a little bit. That hammer's fine on durability. We have plenty of food. Let's just get over there to the quarry. I'll be able to milk that goat soon. Start getting milk. We won't have a very high chance of success, right? We'll have like a 30% chance of success, but with a wild goat, you only have a 5% chance of success, which is extremely low. Your odds of getting a critical hit in Pokemon are your odds of successfully milking that goat. Actually, your chance of getting a critical hit in Pokemon is higher than that. And there's like a time limit where you can't try to milk it again after you fail. So Yeah, having a Generation 1 goat is absolutely requisite. I personally feel like they should get rid of Generation 0, and that wild goats should be Generation 1. It just makes sense, right? 30% chance to successfully milk it is very unfavorable, and 5% chance to milk it is excessively bad. I think they should just do away with Generation 0 entirely. Granite stone coffin section. Shit. There's a lot of monsters around. God, I hate coming here. Look at this. I have allowed so many monsters to... Well, the quarry is so massive that now it's just this massive monster spawner, pretty much. Anyway, let's just do a standard operation once, and that should be more than enough. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a little staircase. Go up here. Yeah, we do a single standard operation, and we should... Oh, shit. My pickaxe durability. I'm really happy that the iron is so strong, because I do have enough durability for this. I totally do. Even though it doesn't look like it, even though it looks like it's on death's door, it will get the job done. Okay, let's start hammering. I'm gonna have to clear out the enemies before I hammer the bottom part. All right. Let's eat. This one slab right here should get me 64 granite rocks. So we're good. We may never have to use this quarry again. But holy shit, did we ever get a lot of use out of it, dude. Yeah, you know what? The stone quarry mod, the quarry, sorry, it ended up becoming a large part of my gameplay loop. I would recommend it. I think it fills in gaps that vanilla has, and I think that it occupies so much of your time. It does simplify some things, but you still have to work very hard to get the results you want. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes commitment. It never makes it so easy that you feel like you're trivializing the grind. You know? All right, our fruit nutrition is topped up. Next, we're gonna eat a bowl of meat stew because we need some protein. So let's put that down. Grab the rough cut chisel. Equip the hammer to the offhand. All right, we'll do half of it. So I have 32 granite stones. And we'll save the rest. Oh, Jesus, look at all this. You know what? We're just gonna make a shitload of fences here. Yeah. We can use them for whatever, right? Like, it's condensed blocks. I have raw blue bricks in here? Wow. Alright, I tried to clean up this box a little bit. We'll put the large stone slab and the granite right there. Now it's all kind of spaced out. Yeah, we're good. Alright, let's get crafting. We need the coffins. 2 coffin sections and 2 lids, each cementation furnace. So we actually need 4 of these and 4 of the lids. Let's retrieve the powdered borax. I already have a hammer and chisel. Okay, we have the 4 coffin sections. Now we need the 4 lids. Yeah. Got it. All right, we still have space. We're managing. We're gonna want to greatly improve upon the paths around here. That's a good way to get rid of some stone and dirt, really. Yeah, we can do a lot of pathways. We still need to build the boathouse too. For now, though, I want to get started on the cementation furnace because while that's going, we can do other stuff, right? Let's retrieve the mortar. Close the door. Don't want to get hit while I'm trying to think. So, we need refractory grates. It makes 3 each. Okay, and the cementation furnace. I need 6 gratings. We already have the iron doors. We crafted those a while ago. So I actually need 12 gratings. 6 each, right? All right, there we go. Ooh, ceramic tile. Look at that. Interesting. Now we just need a bunch of those bricks. We are gonna want to try to save some bricks. Yeah, we have a stack and a half of bricks, which is a pretty good amount. I don't know how far that's gonna get us, but I want to have leftover bricks for crafting replacement pieces when they break. Now, let's grab the paths and craft more paths, and let's try to lay out sort of the roads around here. And we'll do some terraforming, some much needed terraforming too. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll use this road sort of as the pilot. Gonna make it all connected. This is where the terraforming is going to be required, is right here. We're going to need a road down to the boathouse, and I'm probably going to want sufficient daylight for constructing it. Let's go eat some meat stew. It'll tide us over for a while, and we need the protein anyway. And I'll grab another serving. All right. We gotta deposit just a little bit of stuff. Okay, I'm digging the path. Let's make sure it's got at least a little wreath of dirt around it. Okay. And now we have to build a staircase going down there. One thing I'm wondering about though is, actually, you know what? Yeah, this staircase build is kind of fine. Like, it works for what it is. So we'll just continue to do this. I'm gonna get rid of the stairs and we're gonna just do path slabs and paths. And now we need a bunch of slabs. How do I make those? Okay. Stone on the sides, dirt in the middle. Make yourself at home, why don't you, you fucking dick. Close the doors. Stop that happening again. Yeah, we might need these andestone dry fences now. Let's deposit the splitter plugs, the fiber, the loose arrow. We've got some extra space now. And we'll leave his body in here as a reminder to the dredges to not assault me in my own home. This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. What does the path look like going up to the door? There's grass on the sides. Okay, the grassy rim remains. Very nice. And then over here. I'm thinking about the possibility of like building archways and paths over, you know, because I don't like the snow necessarily. I like the snow, it's just kind of weird how it covers half the path, but not the other half because of this roof, right? I wonder if there's a mod that makes it so paths can't have snow on them. No snow on paths, vintage story mod. I don't know. I don't know how much longer I'll have the snow for. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Let's grab these. It's gonna take a lot of dirt. We had a lot of dirt, but we have used a whole bunch of it. But we'll do what we can. All right, so we basically just have to do block, slab, over, like all the way down, over and over again. And we'll fill in the cracks with these fences here. Yeah, that'll do. So I actually have to put 3 rows of fences between each step. Terraforming this looks like it'll take a lot of dirt, but if I fill in the bottom with these fences, we'll not only deal with our stone hoarding problem, but it'll, you know, save us on a lot of dirt. Son of a bitch. It's getting hard now because I have no path behind me to use. All right. Yeah, we're getting there. Now let's start doing... Yeah, I'm gonna grab all this dirt. Wait, this stuff. Put that there. We gotta fill this in and try to give it a more naturalized look. And I can totally take all of this dirt. It's gonna be covered by dirt anyway, so I may as well grab it and then put fences there instead. It gives me more dirt to work with while I do this. And it helps me get rid of all that stone. That's gonna be covered. This needs to be dirt. That needs to be fence. This needs to be dirt. See, and in so doing, we're gonna save a lot of resources. Now, let me go take a look at what the terrain looks like over here. We pretty much have dirt beside every block. The sides of the blocks are obstructed by dirt. So we're gonna try to do the same thing over here because it looks nice. Basically just that, right? And some of the steps, they do have multiple dirt blocks in front. Okay, so some of them are exposed. It's a very naturalized look here. It was easier for us because we built it into an existing hill. So I guess, you know what? We'll leave some of them exposed. Every now and then. All right. This is too long. Yeah. What the hell? Why am I not stepping up that? That's kind of weird. I'm not going up the stairs. That's... Oh God, I know what it is. It's this. Yeah, it's actually these. They count as being so high that they're actually stopping me from getting over the slabs. Which is crazy. I never thought that could be a thing. It's kind of stupid that one block can penetrate another block like that, but... Am I able to get up any of these? So I can't get up the slabs, and I also can't get up the blocks, so we can't fill this in with fences. Which means this just got a lot more costly. Okay. I have a lot of wattle fences, but those would have the exact same problem. We have a lot of cobblestone, but I kind of consider it poor taste to use those for something like this. The only thing I can think to do is use some of this stone with clay to make cobblestone out of it, but that is very expensive. That's the only thing I can think of, though, that's gonna give me a solution here. So let's deposit those. I can use these, but now it's gonna be more niche. I have to use them on hills. And it makes me wonder, is that still gonna happen if I'm down here, like, trying to go uphill wherever I place those? No. I know there's some beneath my feet here. But if it, you know, if it causes problems when the snow's not there, we'll have to change that. For now, let's deposit that. Amalgamate these. Ditch the flowers. And make a whole bunch of andesite cobblestone. Yeah, we'll have to use that as a filler instead. We now need our new pickaxe. Is that a slab? Yeah. Well, we're almost at ground level, and then it just becomes a matter of doing the terrain work. I am freezing, though. We gotta go inside. We gotta warm up. All right, and we can take our new staircase up to home. Right on. The terraforming comes next. Let's go warm up by the fire. Place stairs, slabs, or even pelts outside doors and fences, as these blocks do not accumulate snow. Mods like Water Weather Simulation Redux offer configuration options to stop it. I appreciate the research, buddy. All right, well, we are warmer. Let's head back out there, and let's see what we can do about the terraforming effort. And I'm thinking, since we don't have to conform to an existing hill this time, I'm just gonna cover the sides of every step. All right. And then, you know, we'll do the same thing we did on the other side. We'll put flowers all the way down. It'll look nice. Possibly even fences, archways, special things like that. All right, now, This is gonna take a lot of dirt, but what I can do for now is try to fill in the bottom with the cobblestone. This is gonna take a lot of work. I don't know if I want to fill in all of this. I could just as easily put a lantern here and then stop a whole bunch of spawns that way, right? But I will fill in what I can. I don't really have a pickaxe right now. I don't need one for that. We'll just leave it there. Eventually we'll be covering all this up. Yeah. Now the lantern's gonna be right here. That's my gold lining lantern, which I don't exactly want to use for this, but let's just keep going. I feel like things are going good, and we can totally use the fences down here. Like, really, we can. And considering that, maybe I don't need to be so stingy. Maybe we can be ambitious with this. But I'm gonna need some dirt. Which, god damn it, we're all out of dirt already. I could go grab a whole bunch if I go somewhere else that is not here. I have a little bit of dirt. A little bit. Yeah, we just gotta try to extend it over here and attempt giving it a slightly naturalized look. Right? Just slightly. Doesn't have to be perfect. Alright, this is going to be a long-term project, though, I think. At least we have the path. The function of the path is already achieved. Anyway, I say we start building our cementation furnace. Oh, right, that's why we did the paths, is because we want to make sure we have... Like, we want to know where all the paths go and stuff, right? Let's grab more slabs and path blocks. We need to make a path going up here, and we need to figure out where the cementation furnaces are going. I could dig this out and put them right here, technically. I think they're 3 by 3 in dimensions. So theoretically, you know what? Hang on, let's fill this back in. I won't be able to have a double wide path leading up there, I don't think. Just wouldn't really work too well. Let's take a look around. There is a big place here where we could have it. Up here would work. Zoom out, get a bird's eye view. And then what? A path going over here to the 2 cementations? I think that could do. I think so. I'm not really sure, but I think it can work. Easy terraforming if I wanted the path to go up here. I could have a fork in the road that goes over there to where the cementation furnaces will be. I'd want the fork to be right here, I think. I don't know. Path goes here and then that way, with another fork leading up there. That could work. Okay, that could work. So we're gonna go up 1 block. Yep, go up by 1 block right here in front of the door, right? We're gonna get rid of these, turn it back to dirt. And then we're gonna have a double wide path right here that goes all the way to where the cementation furnaces are. And we are gonna have 2 of them. Okay. We're gonna have to see if they fit up there well enough. I'm trying to think about what the dimensions were. I actually think it was 5 by 5. There was a 3 by 3 interior space, but there was 5 by 5 including outside blocks, which means that we would need 2 5 by 5 plots in order to fit both. Except technically, they can share a wall. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would have to be 9 blocks across, which this space may not accommodate. This one, however, could accommodate it with very minimal terraforming required. Let's eat. Let's warm up. And we'll cut up some more pie. All right, we've warmed up a little bit. It is nighttime, it's gonna be colder. So I'm thinking, since we know there's enough room here for the cementation furnaces, yeah, we could build them right here. So let's map out the dimensions. This road, I can actually keep it flat for a little bit. I'm gonna have a kind of a circular path. So we're gonna have the double road continue right here to where the cementation furnaces are. At least for now. A lot of this is subject to change, but we're just sort of, you know, multiple ideas first and then pick the best ones after. Let's go grab our bricks and stuff. Now, do I want to have my area, like, do I want it raised? Because if I raise it, then I don't have to drop myself into a hole to check the fuel levels. I may want to do that. We're gonna need refractory brick doors, though. I forgot about that. Refractory brick kiln door tier 2, and that's gonna require 4 iron rods and 4 nails and strips. And those nails and strips have to be iron quality or greater. Fair enough. Okay. This is what we need. Let's go cut up some pie. Top up the fruit nutrition. All right. Let's just make sure we know what we need. 4 rods and 4 nails. It might actually be less work to do it this way. Less swings of the hammer. Damn, I'm surprised I got all that done in time. Right on. Four iron rods and 4 iron nails. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's go make that door. Good. Right, we need a second refractory brick door. So I'm gonna need to do that again. Where did the music go? I don't know, buddy. It's still here, and it says the music frequency is maxed out. Maybe it's just because we're not really moving around or doing much. Ugh. God, I crafted way too many paths and path slabs. I'll make the nails first. There's the music. We're gonna need our other hammer. Alright, now we can craft that second refractory brick door and get started on building the cementation furnaces. Beautiful. So let's consider doing like a cobblestone base to it and raising it, you know? It'll make it a lot better. Easier to refuel. So in order to start it, I need a door to serve as the start point, right? And then this is where the refueling point would be, is right here. I need my second pickaxe now. All right. Then we need the gratings and a door in front. Let's go back one more row right here. And then I need a cobblestone stair. We might actually want 2 each. So the refractory brick grating, it would need to be 1 block higher. Let's eat so I can hear myself think. Yeah, we need a baseline for the fuel. Do I want that baseline to be on ground level? It depends. I don't think I could access it unless it was straight in front of me. So with that considered, let's close this in. So, if the door was here... So the fuel would have to go down there. So we need the door to actually be even higher than this. Higher than 2 blocks up. Let's try a 3 blocks up, but I might want to use that knowledge and consider a different location. All right. Yeah, if we're building it, we're building it right. We're gonna do a really good job. Gonna make sure it fits exact specifications for ease of use and convenience. So, how many blocks wide is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It needs to be 2 blocks wider. All right. Okay. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it here. So we are gonna raise it slightly right here. I'll be able to just walk in here to access the fuel. So if I put the brick gratings right here, that would be the appropriate height. Let's go grab those gratings. Three by 2 flooring of refractory brick grating. Oh, 3 by 2? Yeah, okay, we made the right amount. I have 12 of them. So, that's all it has to be, right? I'll move it back. Okay, and then we need a door that leads in. So that can just be refractory bricks, right? Hang on. Yeah, those have to be bricks. All right, fair enough. Let's eat. I wonder why that's not highlighted. Okay, so those do have to be made out of fire clay bricks. Why is that still red? I don't know. Figure that out later. Yeah, that seems weird, that ghost image. Let's take a look. How many blocks are missing or wrong? 29? What if I put a fire clay block there? 29. It's weird, it looks like it doesn't even need to have a block there. Okay. 14 blocks are missing or wrong. Why does it say that's wrong? That makes no sense, because this matches the picture. Hello, Chezzy. Welcome, buddy. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. This is the best base I've ever built. Damn straight, buddy. Well, I hope that you can get your minds out of that dark place, man. Nobody can but you. You know what I mean? You just gotta rise for yourself. Easier said than done, but... Okay, put this block down. Swap these. Six blocks are missing or wrong. Let's put this here. I'd imagine that has a lot to do with it. It still says 6 blocks are missing or wrong. I don't know why. Hang on. Oh, right. Oh my God, I'm generating the wrong thing. What I need to do is I need to place the stone coffin and then shift click that in order to see a preview of that. Okay, 100%, yeah. So yeah, that's exactly what has been wrong here. Well, shit, I think I should just take it apart and start from scratch then, really, because I don't know how much of this is unnecessary or wrong. Let's get rid of those. Make that cobbles. Keep this here. How's this? What's up with that, I wonder? Structure incomplete. Can't get hot enough. Four blocks are missing or wrong. Oh, wow. So I don't actually need this door. Right. I didn't even need to craft this. Oh, that's a buzzkill, right? It's the iron door. You need an iron door. Holy shit, I'm a fool. You know what then? I'll probably just delete these and refund myself the materials. Yeah. Be fair to myself. We won't get back the hammer durability or the coal we spent, but we can deal with the rest. So that was 5 ingots, a total of 10. So 10 iron ingots with 24 refractory bricks tier 2. Refractory brick tier 2, we need 24 of those to replace what we spent. Alright, there we go. We got a full refund for the mistake. My advice to you, Chezzy, my honest advice would be to take a cold shower, buddy. That's, you know, whenever I'm feeling like shit, that's the only thing that really snaps me out of it. A freezing cold shower. Or it's, you know, there's many reasons why people start feeling like shit, but most notably, a lot of people, they end up with endocrine disruption, like hormone problems from various processed foods or whatever, you know? It could be diet related. You'd be surprised just how often a person's issues are coming from, like, what they eat and stuff like that, you know? Alright, one block is missing or wrong. What if that's, okay, yeah, so that does have to be fire clay. Alright, so this cementation furnace is done. Now we just need like a joint staircase that goes up to both. True enough, Jesse. Well, honestly, buddy, my biggest advice, you didn't ask for it, I'm gonna give it to you anyway, is get off the medication. Honestly, like, just use diet instead, right? Don't eat processed food, try to cut back on sugar, don't drink alcohol, don't smoke weed. If you don't want to be depressed, that's the very heavy cost associated with it most times, right? We gotta be really strict with ourselves. I'm one of those people. That's why I'm saying this, is that if I have unhealthy habits for too long, then I get severe depression and anxiety. And I had to sort of make a lifestyle for myself that would make it so I didn't need medication to live, right? So that's why I do the fasting, that's why I do the cold showers, that's why I don't smoke weed and cigarettes. I would love to just keep smoking cigarettes, but it keeps me tied down. It locks me in despair and I can't escape. So it's one of those things where I had to choose for myself, like, do I want to be a slave to it or do I want to be freed from it? You know? All right, let's start building the second cementation furnace. Let's eat. All right, now we need the refractory brick gratings. Followed by a back wall right here. Let's get on top of it if we can. It looks like I'm definitely gonna need some more of these. We do have more, like some extras. So that's what I've got right there. I have 52 refractory bricks. Really not that many. Let's just try to get this built. Oh god, I still need a whole other wall. Alright, fair enough. Let's get up there. Now, on the upside, I think I have so much quartz and stuff that all I really need for more, all I would really need to do is get more fire clay. It's like a one ingredient problem, you know? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need some more of those, and I'm almost all out of bricks, so. We have these. That's what we have, right there. Okay, I made some more. Three more. It's gonna require a lot less for upkeep than it took to build it. Definitely. For upkeep, the beautiful part is if you end up with a broken brick, then you can harvest it to get some of the bricks back, right? And that kind of helps you to maintain the upkeep costs. Oh god, I need more right here. God, I'm gonna clean myself out. We're actually going to. All right. But it does look... Oh god, no, I still need the blocks up here in the corners. Holy shit, this is expensive. Do I need that? Yeah, I do. All right. Ay, this is so expensive, dude. Yeah, we're gonna actually need more fire clay before we can start our steel making, but we're getting there, of course. It is getting there. I almost feel like I should move these back so that it's lined up with the beehive kiln. You know? But if I don't move it back, then I could actually have a tunnel that goes all the way over here. From there, I could, like, pass under these, right? Yeah, I could have the road right here. All right. We're gonna have to just drain the rest of our refractory bricks and try to make more. Yeah, we have no more. We're stuck with what we got right now. Okay, let's go build the coffins then. We had a lot of refractory bricks too. We hauled ass on it, but the next batch we make, we'll never need to make more again. Let's eat. Well, hopefully, Chezzy, hopefully you get your second win, buddy. You pray to God, you figure it out, get yourself out of that pit. That's all I can do for you is hope for you, right? Really, in the end, it all comes down to you, buddy. And what you're willing to do to pull yourself back from the brink. Can I repair all of those blocks from the inside, or are some of them only accessible from the outside? Do I want to move these back? Or do I want to move that lower? To be more in line with their height. That would allow me to gather a lot of dirt for future terraforming. Well, you know what? First things first, let's make sure that we get all the fire clay that we need to actually finish the construction, and then we'll build it the way we want it to be built. I do think, I just thought to myself, like, how many blocks is it to access the fuel? Hang on. We're gonna want to swap this out with cobblestone for sure, just something that doesn't catch fire. Okay, and we're gonna need to chisel a little thing that's gonna hold it in. Fill that with cobblestone. We'll close that up for now. This is gonna have to become pathing blocks in here. That's my lantern. I'm gonna have to grab that. Okay. Let's grab some paths. And we need some slabs, because now we're doing staircases up to these. And I never really use the path staircases. I usually just do slabs and blocks. Okay. Now, gonna want a slab right there, a block right here, and then let's eat. Yeah, we'll have staircases going up to the side like that. And we'll have a central staircase going in here. I'm freezing? Okay, I guess, yeah. Let's warm up. I really appreciate that, Chezzy. I really, thank you, buddy. It was good to see you. Take care for now. I hope to see you again real soon. You'll get out of it, buddy. I got faith. Faith without works, right? You'll do the work. You just gotta build up the courage. Alright, now we gotta do the same thing, but we gotta do it over here. I don't like the way this looks, but with enough pathing blocks, I could just fill that in with paths to make it look consistent, right? Let's go grab our backup shovel. All right, so now it has more like color-coded consistency. We're gonna remove this from up there. Yeah, that's okay. That honestly doesn't look half bad. Let's eat. Kill this guy. And let's finish this path right here. We have apocalyptic rift activity. I don't know if these guys are gonna leave me alone long enough to just get this done. Looks like they have. Anyway, there we go. We have like a nicely laid out path right there. I'm wondering if I should widen this path, like over here, right? Like connect that. It doesn't quite line up perfectly. I think I'll just leave it the way it is. And we are gonna bring this down to match the height of that. But we're definitely not doing it now while there's apocalyptic rift activity and a rift right beside me. Let's deposit the paths, and we need to go seek out more fire clay at this stage. We need more. Definitely need more fire clay. I'm gonna go plant these cranberry bushes somewhere, doesn't matter where. Right here will do. Okay. As far as our nutrition goes, I could use a little bit of protein, so we'll take this bowl of meat stew with us. Oh, 0.1 servings. Okay. Let's deposit this, put another meat stew container on the table. We'll take that. And there's the lantern. I also need a little bit of extra fruit nutrition, so we'll eat. I'll bring 3 of those. We'll eat 2 of them right now. Yeah, we're pretty much maxed out on fruit, so we'll just deposit that. We can eat that meat stew soon. I have my mining gear. We need more iron. Not that much, but we do need more iron. And on top of the iron, I also need... we need to find fire clay. So we have a few options with getting it. I can either try to find black coal, or I can do the calcined flint thing, right? I think I'm going to go the black coal route. It tends to be the simpler route. You find black coal, and you have sometimes a bunch of fire clay that generates underneath it. It's the easiest way to go about it. Now, let's go to our sailboat. I'm pretty sure I left it over here. I gotta try to finish my breakfast. Where is my boat? There it is. I've been finding a lot of black coal and fire clay over here, so that's where we're gonna go in order to try and locate some more. We are starting to get cold already. I'm gonna want to go inside a mine very soon. So let's go down right here. And let's start looking for some black coal. Not right there, there's a portal right there. Fuck, we gotta go down somewhere though. We're about to start taking freezing damage, but I've had to unfortunately keep on moving. Alright, this'll do. Head down. Seal that up. I guess we kind of can't seal it up. It's too important that I have the elevator. But at least we're not outside anymore. We will start warming up just by virtue of being in this cave. Alright, let's do a reading and see if I can find any black coal. Bismuth and quartz. This vein is a dud. There's nothing here. Let's go somewhere else. Which really sucks, because above all else, we're looking for an opportunity to warm up. Let's hope we can find a cave that has it soon. And then the more time we spend down there, the more we'll warm up and the less this cold will be an issue. At least, so far, we haven't started to take any damage yet. Grab that sat. And let's go down right here. Nothing. Now, the place where we were finding it a lot was over by the water. We were very close to the shoreline. And it was almost like everywhere that we went down, we found it. But there was also the added difficulty of having the water, which would, like, rush in regularly while I was digging the walls out in the mine. We'll try to go down, like, right here. Somewhere kinda close to the shore, but not so close. There's bituminous coal 100 blocks away. And that's what we're looking for, is bituminous coal. Let's get out of here. This is a dud. Keep moving. I'm surprised we haven't started freezing yet. I guess the time that we have spent underground, however brief, has been helping with that. Nothing. Holy shit, what a dry spell this is. Alright. Nothing. Anyway, we are gonna have to spend some time in here, because I think I've begun to freeze. We are warming up, though. Bituminous coal is apparently 65 blocks away. But I didn't bring any water. Hot food benefits? Yeah, I agree. That would be pretty cool. Alright, the damage stops at 33 degrees. I can now warm up until I'm up to like 37, but we won't warm up that long. The bituminous coal is most likely below me here. I'm gonna grab some water. We had two readings that were like 15 blocks away, but they were nearly the same. One was 64, the other was 65. That usually means you're like over the coal, right? We'll go down right here. There's less cracked stone. Oh god, it's all cracked down there. Jesus. Okay. Okay. We're still not in range of bituminous coal. We're now at 60 blocks away, where formerly, wasn't it like 64? Yeah, I don't think I want to look around this area for the bituminous coal. It's too chaotic. We'll find something better. Let's grab the water and head out. Now that we're a little bit warm, I can sort of get a little bit of distance. Should I go inland? I'm gonna go inland over here. I shouldn't be hugging the coast so much. Yeah, we're gonna head inland that way, but I have to find a way to get over this cliff. Jesus. It always seems like we're so far away from it. What's my altitude? 132? Yeah, we're having no luck right now with finding any bituminous coal. Let's check over here by that body of water. I never do explore down here. If I am likely to find it anywhere, it's going to be in an untouched area, right? Let's hop all the way down here and get a reading. Good God, we're even further now than we were before. That's crazy, dude. The nearest is 163 blocks away. All right, well, let's just keep going toward this body of water, as my original idea was. $198? How am I getting further and further? Oh my God. Okay, let's go over here. This is nuts, buddy. I'm having the hardest time finding any bituminous coal. Before, it was like we'd sneeze and just find more, but now it's not so much like that. All right, we're gonna go down over here at the coastline, northwest of our existing coal mine. And we're gonna hope we find something. "45 blocks away seems a hell of a lot better than what we've been used to lately. "42 blocks, so we have to keep going deeper right now. All right, it's gonna be up here somewhere. "56 blocks away. "35. 36 down below, 35 over there. "36? It's 36 like everywhere. "41. So further over there, let's just keep going down, I guess. It's all 36, like it was 36 in 3 different directions. Still says 35, what? "31. Okay, we're gonna start heading that way, and I gotta get out of the water and sort of like seal myself in here. That way we'll start to warm up. Once I reach 33 degrees, I won't be freezing anymore. "31 has now become 28. "31. "24. "22. Oh. 21. Most likely I have to go lower now. What happened, Zeus? You stub your toe? Oh. Oh, sweetie. "23 blocks away. "19. 16. We got further away when we went down. I don't like that we're getting closer and closer to the water. That is going to hurt our chances of having a clean collection effort. Borax, right fucking there. We don't really need the borax though. Five blocks away. Man, I really hope there's fire clay there. We're closest over there, but I actually think I'm gonna have to go like higher in order to reach it. So let's go grab some water. Four blocks away. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go higher. So let's eat first. And then start using these to dig up. Yeah, 2 blocks away. It's the closest reading we've gotten. Okay. We have to fill this in to avoid potential cave-ins. All right, we found it, more or less, but no fire clay so far. No glimpse of any fire clay. Sulfur. Well, at least that's gonna give me a better look. Yeah, I don't think there's any fire clay to be found here. Unfortunately, it's a dud. Where the fuck is my way out now? Here it is. No? Oh, god damn it. I don't even know where my exit is. That was the hole that I sealed up, right? So yeah, it's over there that way. We have to go that way. Somewhere over there. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to leave completely empty-handed, so we're just gonna grab some of this borax on the way out. Alright, let's get out of here. I got 27 borax. It's not much, but it leaves me feeling like I didn't get completely screwed over here. Fuck it, let's get a little bit more. Oh, I think it's time for coffee number 2, boys. I hear the grinder. And the saga continues. Damn straight, buddy. We've been building our cementation furnaces, so we're like right there. But we wanted to build 2 cementation furnaces. And I'm missing just a few frickin' blocks. We need like a few more blocks. So we're looking for fire clay so we can finish building the cementation furnaces. So how are you doing, Era? We got 60 borax for our trouble. Let's get out of here, I guess. I'll grab some water on the way out. Oh, yeah, motion sickness, guys. You like that? Okay. Oh, wow. Always plug up your shaft, okay? There's gonna come a time where you accidentally fall into a mine shaft and it kills you. It's never happened to me, but remember, if you dig like 50 blocks down, and you don't, you know? Yeah. Clean it up. Anyway, let's just dig down right here. Bituminous coal is apparently 40 blocks away from this location. $38 blocks away? $44. Shit. Tell me that's not in the direction of the water. $36. Okay, we technically got closer going over there, but not as close as I'd like. 35. Fuck, that is in the direction of the water. Alright, well, fuck. The reason why that's annoying is because, like, it's really hard to dig up something that's in the water, you know? "31 blocks away. "29. "26. We gotta go that way toward the water. I hate it, but we have to. Let's eat. "23. "22. As we staircase down. Let's make a new elevator. "19 blocks away. "15 over there. "12. I'll try to turn at some point around here. The hell? Well, I keep getting a reading of 12 no matter how deep I dig right there. So it's gotta be like a thick vein that's lateral to me, left or right, or something. 9 blocks away. "7. "6. That's closer. Shit. See, that's sand. We've officially hit water. That's what I don't like. 3 blocks away, right there. I really hope we just find some fire clay here, man. Still says 3 blocks away right there. 2 blocks away. Okay, it's gonna be below us. Well, there it is. So far, I don't see any fire clay, though. Yeah, I think we got robbed. There's still none here. God, that sucks. I'll grab some of it. Since we are starting with our steel production, we are going to need a whole bunch of this. I'll try to grab up as much as I can. And we're going to have to make a lot more charcoal, so gathering some wood on the way home would not be a bad idea. I could do a coke furnace, but I don't know. I don't really want to bother. Charcoal is just fine. You can mass produce charcoal, right? You can't really mass produce coke. But we're able to use this black coal for the undercarriage of the cementation furnaces for steel. All right, now we start harvesting everything in the roof. So we're gonna place these support pillars down strategically so that I can mine a whole bunch of it without worrying about a cave-in. We're gonna want to stop mining over that way. Just because of the sand, it's really gonna slow our roll if we try to. Well, the sand and chiefly the water, right? Like, see that water just started pouring in? That's the shit we don't want. It's always my hope that I'll be able to fully mine the node and then locate the next batch of black coal, like, further away, but we seldom manage. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna close that up, and we're gonna actually use this as a quick shortcut to get out. Yeah, let's just get all the ceiling stuff. Oh, can't really gather that stuff up above. That's shoreline. Holy shit, I wasn't expecting something like that. Massive sand cave in there. Let's eat. All right. We got 189 coal. Let's just get out of here now. Call it a day on this gathering. And we can, like I said, just sort of swim out right here. Let's grab the sap up here on the tree. I have just enough durability left on my tools to do one more spelunk for bituminous coal and hopefully find some. I do tend to find bituminous coal mostly below sea level. I'm not really finding bituminous coal elsewhere. Maybe it's exclusively below sea level. Certainly seems that way more often than not. Uh, 11 blocks away. Oh, that's fortunate. All right, we'll go down right here and we'll see what we can see. Five blocks away. Still 5. Six. Eight. All right, most likely it's gonna be below me. I'll go over here just for the principle of it. I'll check. 10 blocks, yep. It's gonna be below me. I have to go like 6 to 7, like I'll go 7 blocks lower. Okay. Bituminous coal is 4 blocks away from this location. Let's close that up. Four blocks away. There's anthracite down here somewhere, but I don't think I could find it before my tool durability became an issue. 5 blocks away. Am I lower than it? Three blocks away. Hang on. Two blocks away, right there. Apparently, let's pull up. Four blocks. 2 still. Three blocks away. So we're at the right elevation. I just need to find it. There it is. Oh, and we finally got the pay dirt of fire clay. Here we go. This is great. This is just fucking great. So I'll get some coal and fire clay. We'll be able to finish our cementation furnaces. That wasn't very much fire clay. Here we go. Yeah, we busted our asses off trying to find fire clay. We found, like, I think 4 or 5 black coal deposits in total today. Bituminous coal is apparently 14 blocks away from here. Three blocks away from right there. There we go. We're gonna want to be very thorough here because every single block of black coal that I find is gonna have fire clay under it. Bituminous coal is now 32 blocks away. I think this place is pretty much cleaned out. But we were able to get 87 fire clay, which, though a very minimal and undesirable amount, is not nothing. We were detecting anthracite somewhere. Weren't we? Yeah, 37 blocks away from here. Let's try to go lower. We're not likely to find it with our pickaxe's durability looking like what it looks like, but give it a try. Let's eat. We barely got closer. I have 143 durability left on this, which isn't much. Wait, we just got further. Yeah, we are getting further away. Okay, we're getting closer to the anthracite. Anthracite is another type of coal that has a chance to yield fire clay on the underbelly of it. I have 71 pickaxe durability. More than enough if we can continue tracking it down this fast. Anthracite is now 8 blocks away. Six blocks away. It might be above us. It looks like that's probably the case. So we need to go up. Three blocks away from right there is where we'll locate this anthracite, apparently. It still says 3 blocks away, so it's probably higher still. We have 39 pickaxe durability left. That's sulfur. That's lead. Now it's 4 blocks away. Let's eat. Anthracite, right there. Unfortunately, I am not seeing any... Oh my god, there's fire clay. Unfortunately, my ass. Okay, we have 27 pickaxe durability. A little bit more if you also count the prospector's pick, which I generally don't. Well, we already found extra. Not really finding any more, though. Like, at all. I think these veins are very small. Yeah, anthracite is usually an extremely small vein. So our pickaxe is broken. We're gonna get out of here now. However, if I follow this mine all the way to the end, we find lead, sulfur, and anthracite. So I'll probably mark that. I need water. Yeah, lead, sulfur, and anthracite. Hello, Ponty. Welcome, buddy. This is Vintage Story, touted by many people to be Minecraft for adults. It's extremely difficult, unlike Minecraft, which is relatively casual, you know? I've played, like, hardcore Minecraft, but it just can't compare. This game has very complex mechanics, and it demands a lot more of the player. And it's 10 tons of fun, buddy. If you're even the slightest fan of Minecraft, then I would definitely recommend you give Vintage Story a shot. It's a wonderful game. Anyway, let's mark this. Anthracite, sulfur, and lead. Now, let's go home. I think we have enough. I think we have all that we need. We weren't able to get that much fire clay, but we did procure some. We got 112. The funny thing about Vintage Story is that it actually started out as a Minecraft mod. And then, you know, they kept on adding more and more things to it, and it became a standalone game. I can see our windmill from here, and our house. Let's find our boat. We'll hug the coastline until we find it. Yeah, this mod is basically, well, this game is designed around the, oh, what's it called? TerraCraft. It's like it adds a lot of extra steps to crafting in Minecraft. And this game is it dials up that aspect to 100. Just getting planks in this game is like a 16-step process. Where is my boat? Let's eat. Here it is. I'm gonna go park my boat where it needs to be. Yeah, and this one, if you want iron, so in Vintage Story, Ponty, if you want, let's say you want iron, right? You're gonna need to start by finding clay. With that clay, you're gonna need to reshape the clay into a crucible for melting down ore nuggets. You're also gonna need an anvil mold. You're gonna need tool molds, ingot molds, and then you have to fire all of those clay products to make them harden. And after that, you have to pan for a whole bunch of copper nuggets, which could take a couple of days. And then with that, you can melt down the copper nuggets and produce your first pickaxe and hammer. And then you go mining with that pickaxe and hammer, right? Like you'll use the crucible that you made from the clay to melt down the ingots, and then you can use well, yeah, you can actually just pour it into a pickaxe mold and a hammer mold. But after you have those, you have to go mining for copper and cassiterite, or copper, bismuth, and zinc, both of which make bronze. And then you need to use bronze to mine iron ingots. But in order to, there's a bunch of other steps. You need fire clay bricks for these bloomeries, like all kinds of things. It's ridiculous how many extra steps and how much extra effort is involved. Ridiculous in a good way, though. You'll never be bored in this game. All right, let's deposit the sulfur, the borax, the rusty gear, and the fibers, as well as the resin. We're also going to ditch this right here, the black coal and the anthracite. Now we need to make the fire clay bricks, which we still have plenty of materials for. I made 56 extra bricks, which should be enough to finish the construction of our cementation furnaces for steel production. Yeah, we're getting there. We are indeed getting there. All right. Let's go to the beach and let's fire those the usual way. We don't have enough bricks to justify the usage of the beehive kiln. I wonder if the goats have given birth yet. No, not yet. Still pregnant, but maybe around spring we'll finally be able to milk that goat. Oh yeah, Dark Souls. I got the Platinum Trophy for Dark Souls on PlayStation 4. I used to do this thing where I would go down into the catacombs right as soon as I logged in with like a fresh character, and I would get the covetous silver serpent ring so that I'd get more souls for the rest of the game. Because that way you didn't have to do as much like menial grinding, you know? All right, let's set all these up and fire these bricks. We'll start by putting the dry grass in there. Now we add the sticks. And finally, the highly flammable peat soil brick. All right, let's get these lit. We come back in 16 hours, and these will be done. And then we can finish building our cementation furnaces and whatnot. However, right now, I'm going to deconstruct and rebuild the beehive kiln to be the same approximate height as the steel one. What the hell was that? Oh, okay, I burned myself. Fair enough. Oh. You're playing the Switch version of it? That's brave. Oh my god. Playing a handheld version of a game that makes me angry? I'd smash the fucking thing. Alright, we now have a full batch of compost. Let's eat. Deposit the peat soil, as well as the dry grass and surplus sticks. I gotta eat this meat stew. Get my protein nutrition increased. Got it. Leave that there for now. Close the door. Anyway, we have more dirt, so I could continue working on the terraforming, but I need another pickaxe. Let's forge a pickaxe. Which, yeah, Ponty, if you want to see some of the mechanics of this game, I'm about to forge a new pickaxe, so you can take a look. Do I have a spare axe? Yes, I do. I don't have a spare shovel. This is my only shovel right now, but I think we're okay. I'll craft one later if I need one. So let's heat up the ingot for reforging. Grab that. All right, we're gonna need our tongs. You can't hold molten metal without tongs. And then we have our hammer. Now we just wait for it to get up to temperature. Oh. Asmon. You call the blacksmith in the tower Asmon. Oh, that's funny, dude. That's hilarious. I like it. All right. Almost ready. All right, here we go. So we want a pickaxe. I have to mold the molten metal into the appropriate shape. All right, now let's trim the excess fat off of this. And we can't make a tool out of it if it's molten hot, so let's cool it off. Toss it in the water, retrieve it. We have our pickaxe head now. Let's hang up the hammer, as well as the tongs. We don't need them right now. All right, we have a new pickaxe. Now, let's get started. I gotta rebuild this. Just take it apart, put it back together again. Humpty Dumpty won't know what hit him. What happens if I place that again? I wonder if it remembers the length of time that it's been operational for. And if it has the same level of damage after you rebuild it and use it again. We'll see. Yeah, the forging system is really cool in this, man. Honestly, and every other system is just like that, too. It's very hands-on, very in-depth, right? That's what I really love about it, is that instead of just putting things into a crafting grid and getting what you need, you actually you develop like an intimate relationship with the tools that you make and the structures. There's a special chiseling system. Like, take a look at this right here. Look at my railing, right? You see what I did there with that? That was originally a block like this. This right here. I actually used a hammer and a chisel. Oh, I also did it with these railings too. I turned a block that looked like this into that by removing sections off the block, right? I made these railings myself. All of this. I chiseled it by hand out of blocks like that. Yeah, the sky's the limit here, buddy. And it's a highly moddable game, too. All right, let's get started by harvesting all of this dirt right here. And around the time we finish rebuilding this, it'll be time to sleep, and then when we wake up, all of those refractory bricks should be done producing. All right. Well, we're gonna need all this dirt for terraforming operations down there anyway. We still need to build, like, that entire staircase to the boathouse, so... And we need to build the boathouse itself. I can't believe how much we've gotten done in our first year. Craziness, buddy. All right, so we're gonna build it beside them, but like further away, more centrally, right? Let's eat. Try to make them the same height too. And I'll try to line things up really well. Huh. We'll put it like right here in the middle. What's your favorite starting class in Dark Souls there, buddy? All right, let's see here. Deposit the dirt. Let's take the paths and the slabs, which we will now need. We'll do this terrain terraforming later. For now, we're gonna keep on working on this. I don't hate that look. I think that'll do. Yeah, we're trying to give it a more natural look over here. I think I can get rid of this part. Yeah, I think that'll do. So when does this start? How many blocks out from the road does it happen to go? That's the important information. I do need this tunnel here. All right, let's count the blocks then. I'm gonna have to change this to dirt. That's an old staircase that is no longer there. Let's eat. Grab more dirt. You don't have a fave just yet? You don't know how to do or get any magic damage? Cleric? Yeah, good news. I mean, the cleric is the one that when I was really experienced, I always used. But that's the one. That's the main man right there. Starting with those extra heals, right? Estus flasks are a very valuable resource, but you can actually substitute Estus flasks for the healing spell, right? Really, really useful. It's really easy to die in that game, but we're even more likely to die when we're walking around limping, you know? So 1, 2, 3, 4, wait. That's a road. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that's when the staircase starts. And it's a slab. I need a slab right there on the 6th block from the road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and slab. Now we just match the height. Hang on, it seems off. Yeah, it is off. Fair enough. Let's move it back. Okay, right there. Now I gotta rebuild it. So we're gonna have to start with this, and then we put down the door, and we can activate the ghost blueprint. Let's get it put together. Okay. Now let's put down these iron hatch doors. Followed by the refractory brick gratings. Let's eat. Hop up here. And build the rest. I am currently freezing. But we have successfully rebuilt the beehive kiln. It's done. Okay, and it does remember the amount of hours. It's tied to the door itself. So if you make a new door, you can keep using the same fire clay bricks over and over again. Yeah, let's go warm up by the fire. Hello, Recoil. Welcome, buddy. It's good to see you. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Average terraforming experience. It does become useless later, but then again, so does everything else, right? I mean, you can have other casts if you want to have more casts of Fireball or more casts of the. Well, I would probably only go with Fireball because Fireball is really effective against the like. There's a lot of things that resist the arcane damage, like the intellect damage type, right? Fireball is really good against so many difficult bosses. Yeah, from what I recall, even Ornstein and Smough, it's really good against them. And it has area of effect as well, so you can kill multiple mobs with it. Oh, of course, Recoil. It's every day, buddy. This is my job. It's what I gotta do. If I don't do this, where does the money come from, right? Now, should I do like a central path going in? I could do a central path going in the middle like this, and then cobblestone the platform. And then we do the same thing we did before. We convert these to paths for the aesthetic consistency of it. And I don't need to worry about my health. I already know all the tips and tricks for staying young forever. At least for as long as possible. I'll still be taking cold showers when I'm 50. And fasting all the time.
If the last egg stays there.
I'll eat it. I'm nibbling. Oh, just Google it, Ponty. From what I remember, you can buy Fireball from a swamp hag in Blight Town. All right, so we have the beehive kiln ready. This is a very clean build. I like it. Look at that, you know? We just sort of have both. Yeah. We got some clean paths. Do I want to have the corner there? I don't think so. Maybe. It might even be a good idea to have the corners here. Honestly, that doesn't look half bad. Yeah. Maybe I will keep that. Thank you, Zuzi. Don't worry about a recoil. I'll be all right, buddy. Can you link him the wiki? I don't see a problem with that, yeah. YouTube might take it down, but it's all good by me. If YouTube doesn't, then you're all good, buddy. Okay, let's go deposit this stuff. And I think we're now ready. We're gonna start our first batch of steel. However, I might need more charcoal soon. And I need a little bit more iron too. So let's go down to the kiln and let's grab those refractory bricks tier 2 and finish constructing both of our cementation furnaces. No, they're not done yet. Okay, they're still going. So you know what? I forgot. I have to hang this up over here. Should I path this over there? I could. I could have like a little path right here that connects both of these. Change the height so that the entire path is slabs, but no, that'd be kind of weird. I think we're okay. Yeah, we just need to hang up a torch anywhere around here that we can use to light these. Hell, I could possibly even just put it right here. Kind of, you know, more or less in the middle. The door is in the middle, but this is close. So we can just grab that torch to light these whenever we need to. Alright. Yeah, let's go get a little bit more iron. We don't have to be gone long. I only have 4 slices of pie, but that should be all I need for the trip. Oh, buddy. Some of my armor has gotten pretty chewed up. We can repair it pretty easily, though. It's very easy to repair. Yeah, hopefully Amiru has a better, like, detector these days, a better radar, you know? Sweet girl like that, man. Narcissists eat people like that for lunch. Oh, that's the thing, right? Kindness is, like, people abuse kindness. And she's very kind. Okay, here we are. Let's try to be quick about this, and hopefully we can, like, stay out of trouble. It's very dark down here. Oh my god, this is kind of freaky, actually. Anyway, this path is cleared out. We don't need a route there. That's also cleared out. I'm gonna seal myself in here just to be safe. Make sure I don't get flanked by anything. Yep, this is still the same one era. Every single time we've needed iron, we've come back here. It's been covering us for the whole playthrough so far. The only thing that sucks about it is that it's poor quality iron ore. So we have to gather more of it to get the same result. I would have loved to have like bountiful iron, you know? But nonetheless, it's been taking care of us pretty much the whole time. It's very quiet down here. We haven't been accosted by any monsters yet, which is nice. Let's hope there's not a reckoning soon in light of that. What are you talking about, Ponty? Alright, this path is depleted. Why are we scared of the dark? We're not. I'm in the dark, I'm fine, I have my lantern. I'm the one who's confused about what the hell you's talking about. I think you're engaging in hyperbole. I wasn't freaking out about the dark. I remarked that it looked very dark, because I know that monsters can spawn in the dark. And the monsters that you encounter at this depth, they're strong enough to kill me in 2 or 3 hits. So, I'm exercising due caution, right? The monsters that can spawn down here are actually, like, they can threaten my character's life, and we're playing permadeath. So if I'm likely to die at any point in the playthrough, it's whenever I'm mining. Whenever I'm mining really deep. That's why we're quote-unquote scared of the dark. Yeah, it's, I'm not freaking out, I know that I'm in considerable danger if I'm down here, so oh my god. I'm respecting it, right? Holy shit. There's another, oh my god, there's many monsters over there. I'm gonna have to keep 6 at this point. I have to watch my back. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, like just now, buddy. Like just now. They don't seem like much, but we had it happen in the last episode where a couple of them snuck up on me and they both hit me at the exact same time. And when they did, I lost over half of my health instantly. And if they both would have hit me again before I ran away, I would have died. Right? It's the monsters in this game are actually dangerous. That's what I really like about it. Oh my god. That one's not so bad. That's a deep drifter, but there's many different levels. There's like surface, deep, tainted, corrupt, nightmare. And the nightmare ones, they're hitting you for like 25% of your health, easy. At least, yeah. God, I gotta keep an eye out. Honestly, that's enough for now. Fucking corrupt drifter. If that guy would have hit me with his sword, that would have really fucking hurt. We gotta get out of here. Ah, shit. You see that? You see how much health I lost to that one hit? Okay, we gotta use a bandage. I'm gonna close myself in here for a second. That's our last slice of pie, so we're gonna have to go home now. But I got a lot of this done. Yeah. This is a dead end right here. Let's seal it off. Yeah, we have to reduce, like minimize greatly the amount of dead ends that are still left open. So that it's just a straight shot path back to the exit of the mine. Yeah, let's seal this up too. Seal that up. Holy shit. All right, there's more iron right here. We don't seal that. We do, however, seal this. Okay, yeah, let's get the hell out of here before it's, like, too late. Where the hell is the exit to this, anyway? Oh my god. I have no idea where I'm going to get out of here. Wait, up here, over here. I think. Is that, yeah, okay, I found the way out. Holy fuck. We don't want our temporal stability to reach 0, otherwise that's a really bad time. We gotta get out of here. Proceeds to mine more iron. Oh, the double-headed drifters? Yeah, they're fucking deadly. Really deadly. All right, now that we have this iron, we can start our, what might be our final batch of iron that we ever make. I don't know, it depends on whether or not we have enough ingots for the steel that we need for the armor. I think my refractory bricks might be done. So we'll swim over there and we'll check it out. Let's heal up. Yeah, I keep forgetting, Ponty, that you've never played this game before. So when you say, why are we scared of the dark, you're not... you're not insulting me, you're actually asking. Alright, one of these is glitched out and it's not finishing, but we can fix that pretty easily. Yeah, that's supposed to be done by now, so we'll just break it. We gotta collect all the bricks. It's weird how there's still light around here. I get that glitch very often. Strangely enough. Holy shit. Alright, I'm getting the hell out of here. Fucking crazy legs over there. Just runs up on us. Alright, so you can fix that lighting glitch just by placing blocks, it looks like. It's really weird, though. It looks like it happened when that forest fire occurred earlier in our playthrough. Alright, let's go. I will freeze my ass off if I spend too much time out here. It's cumulative, right? Once I get wet, the clock's ticking. Our body temperature is 37.4. Alright, so I have to get rid of these unrefined bricks and use the creative menu to give myself refined ones. Just to fix that glitch. Refractory brick tier 2. 12 of them. Alright. Now we can finish constructing our cementation furnace. Let's crack open all of these iron nuggets. Close the door, make sure we don't get, like, flanked or ambushed. Let's eat this meat. All right. All those are ready. We're gonna want to stagger them, though. We have to stagger them. And I don't know that I'm gonna do them right now because we need more charcoal. Let's finish constructing our cementation furnaces and get them ready for operation. All right. All right. Well, I'm happy to say they're both ready. Yeah, we can actually start producing now. So let's fill up these coffins with charcoal as well as iron and commence the process. We're gonna want a lantern as a light source over here. It's pretty frickin' dark here. Like, pretty dark, you know? I could make another tin bronze torch holder and have one torch located at each, like this. I could put it underneath where we actually have to light the fires. Put it right there, and then it overcasts at least a little bit of light. And then we craft another one, right? That could work. However, I need to chisel a barrier to hold things in there. The coal is gonna spill out all over the place if we don't. So, let's grab our hammer and chisel. Hammer in the offhand, chisel in the main hand. We can actually get great use out of the hand planer with this, which is right here. Okay. Now we need QP's chisel, the pantograph, And more cobblestone. Right here. Rotate that into the correct position. And then we need more on the other side. Theoretically, I could just put blocks back there. But I think I'll just do the chisel thing. It'll seem cleaner that way. So let's copy shape and paste. Same with that, and then we have to rotate those. So that's gonna hold the coal in place, preventing it from spilling out everywhere. And then we have to do the same thing over here. All right, there we go. I might convert this entire interior into pathing blocks just for the sake of making it look more, I don't know, cleaner. It'll be more consistent that way. All right. So these are done. They're done. They're ready. We can lay out everything. Good. We're basically putting 4 ingots and then another layer of coal over and over again. When both of these are done, we'll have 32 steel ingots that we can use. Now, I can't actually hang that up. Maybe I want to cobblestone those edges right there. It might end up looking cleaner. Let's just grab these path blocks. Okay. All right, that there. I could keep the paths right here, theoretically, but maybe we'll just try to do a complete wreath of cobbles. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice, having that little dividing line like that. Okay, yeah, I think that's exactly the configuration we want. And then I could even put a door in here. And that door would serve as a barrier between where the stone path becomes the cobblestone. Yeah, I think that'll work just fine. However, I do worry that the door will be susceptible to the spread of fire. However, I could move the door back here and convert these blocks into cobblestone, but then the top would not really vibe well, would it? Well, it's entirely possible that the fire might not spread to the door if I put it there. So we'll give it a shot. I need planks, as well as a saw, and our hammer. Okay. Let's deposit the refractory bricks, as well as the mortar. Clean up our belt and our inventory and whatnot. And let's go see about placing these doors, see how it looks and possibly functions. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We just have to hope that the fire can't spread from here to there, and I think it's okay. I think it's all right. I think I'll change this to cobblestone. Let's eat. For that, though, I'm gonna have to actually go get more food. My fruit nutrition is sorely lacking, so we're gonna eat some honeycombs. Beautiful. Topped up. We set up both of them. They're both ready. We can light them. We just have to come back once in a while to top up the fuel in there. Let's deposit everything. The pantograph goes right here. Tin bronze torch holder and torch. Right. Yeah, I want that in here. If I want to fix the light right there, I have to rotate it. Yeah, the light glitch is part of QP's Chisel mod, but it's something we can remedy. I think. The light's not getting through over there as well. Oh, that's better. Oh, that was an entire chisel block, that's why. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, now the lighting looks fine, more or less. Let's rotate these two, see if we can improve the lighting back there. Doesn't look like it, but that's completely fine. Alright, we're freezing, so we're gonna head in. Just barely freezing, actually. We're not that cold. But this looks nice. This is gonna work out well for us. We need to stack a whole bunch of coal underneath here, and then we have to close the coffins and light it. So, we can use black coal for that. We don't need the good stuff. Oh, that sounded racist. Good. Alright. Deposit the dirt, the paths, the door. We're gonna want that. Yeah, let's grab the cobblestone. Because everything we did over there, we also have to do over here for the beehive kiln, right? We're gonna put a door right here. All right. Maybe I should leave that open. There's no block there, however, so I can't really change what that path block is. Alright, well, this will do. I'll put a little torch holder in here. It's not perfect, but it is good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. It'll work. This is a very clean build. I like it. I really like it. The cementation furnaces turned out a lot better than that did. Anyway, let's stack the coal. That sounded racist. Good. Yeah, I did, buddy. Yeah. Oh, man. All right, let's close the doors. We don't really need to close the doors, but let's put the coffin lids on there. Ready to be fired. Okay. Ignite a pile of coal below each stone coffin half. Perfect. Yeah, let's get that lit. And with that, my friends, I'm happy to say we've officially started producing our first batch of coal. Yeah, those are both firing up. It's receiving heat. That's gonna take a week to complete. Literally a week. So quite some time, but we can keep busy easily enough. Oh, hang on. I can technically get rid of those blocks. Oh, but then I couldn't get rid of the surrounding stuff. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we'll go back to the drawing board with this one later. I like the look of it. It's very functional. Everything is fine here. Do we have a baby goat yet? I want to try to get milk, but I'd imagine the goat's still pregnant. Okay. Put the saw down right there. The knife. All right, now all I need to do is produce more charcoal. We don't need it soon either. I have like all week to make more charcoal. Let's go cut up some of our baked pies. All right, we got food. Our nutrition is pretty much maxed out. We're doing good there. Now, we can light these. And then we'll go cut down a whole bunch of wood. Right, I have to stagger them. You know what? I'm not gonna light those yet. It's not a good time. Let's grab this axe, and then let's go cut down a whole fucking forest somewhere. Deposit the cobblestone. It looks like I no longer have any more rammed earth just laying around. Okay. We're not going to cut down this forest, mind you, because it's more like decorative. Oh my god, we have the baby. Lactating for 20 days, can be milked. Okay, I have to officially try and get my first drink of milk. I have a 30% chance of success. So it's very unfavorable odds of success, but we still may succeed. And if we do, I will have successfully gotten my first drink of milk. Currently too stressed to become milkable. Yeah, I didn't manage. Oh my god, I just got milk. Oh, that's sick. Look at that. Oh, that's badass. It's lactating for 20 days. I wonder, it says it's stressed. Well, no, it said it was stressed. Maybe it doesn't have any milk right now, but I just got my first ever drink of dairy, so that's fucking sick. Our health is gonna be higher than 30 for the first time ever. It is higher than 30. Look at that. Fucking amazing. Amazing. All right, we got to go to the other side of this mountain. That's where all the trees are that I'm okay with cutting down. Oh, there's red clay right here. And I never noticed. Not that we have much need of it these days, but it's still there. We'll mark it. Doing a one life. That's right, buddy. Yeah, if we die, it's permanent. I prefer to play most of my games that way. Even ones like Abiotic Factor, where dying is as easy as sneezing. 7 Days to Die, a bunch of others. Yeah, it's my preferred way to play. That's not the one I was attacking, right? I think that's a different one. I think that's the one I was attacking. He fucking died to fall damage after doing a triple Lindy off the cliff. I was trying to get some fat from it. We didn't get any fat. Anyway, let's finish clear cutting this forest. And I'm gonna keep on killing whatever animals I can find because we should try to get more fat. I'm already getting fucking cold. I probably should have warmed up before I left. Mind you, I could start a fire pretty easily out here. I am cutting wood, right? So, hell, let's just make one right now. And then craft a fire starter. Alright. We'll warm up by the fire and we'll be alright. Pretty sure the fire's going out. Maybe it's the snow. Yeah. We can keep it lit. We'll just put a roof over it. Okay, we're nice and warm now. Let's keep cutting these down. I'm hoping we get like a nice meaty tree, but I think I got all the big ones cut down already. These are pretty Mickey Mouse trees. We've almost cut down this entire forest. Oh, this tree's bigger. All right. Yeah, there's story content. Yeah, that's what I want to try to get done. So far, I've managed to do 2 story missions. 2 of them. Not in this playthrough, but just over the course of my time playing the game. I've gotten the Resonance Archives done. beaten the boss there, and I've gotten the Lazaret done. The Lazaret's pretty short and simple. But yeah, I got both of those locations done. I think after that, you have to go to like some type of village or something. And then after you do that village, there's still one more place we have to go to. Honestly, there's one boss that I'm really afraid of. Fighting him permadeath, it's really easy to die to this boss, and you have to parkour up to him in a place where you can't build. So like your only option is to do parkour up to the boss. You can't use ladders, and his whole thing is that he tries to knock you off and kill you to fall damage, right? So I'm basically going into that fight knowing that I'm probably gonna die. But you never know. I've done complex things before in permadeath. We'll see how I do. Really not that much forest left here. We can use one of our stacks of oak wood to make additional charcoal. We'll make a whole bunch all at once. This is a bigger tree. Bigger than the others, at least. Alright, yeah, this forest has been clear cut. It's time that we got out of here. I could theoretically cut down some of the pines over here, but alright, let's just go home. Do I want to build an in-house charcoal burning area at my base? I could do something underground that's very easy to hide. I might do that. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. Fair enough. All right, let's make a bunch of firewood. So that's 16 stacks of firewood so far. I could probably push it to 18 comfortably. You know, do a nice big fire pit. All right, 18 slot fire pit. Let's figure something out for that. I want to have something like close to home that I can use. I'm thinking the easiest thing to do is to dig a hole straight down and then, well, hang on. Well, we're gonna terraform and cover all that up. I was thinking maybe we would use it, but it's all right. So, do I want to build it here like this? Knowing that I could theoretically build it closer to the house. You know what? Let's keep the dirt. I'm happy that we got the dirt. We're gonna fill that in with cobblestone. And then we're gonna build it over there on the other side of my workshop. All right, we sealed it up. Let's eat. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna build something very similar to that, but we're just gonna build it over here. It'll be nice and easy, right? I just have to make another trapdoor going down, maybe with a ladder. Yeah. I gotta clear a couple things out of my inventory though, so that I have some space to work. So we're just gonna deposit a couple of things right here and come back for them after we're done. Okay, we got the hatch that we need. I should have one ladder. I think one ladder might do. I'm not really sure. We might want to just make a couple more. Okay. Now let's grab our pathing blocks. Deposit one more piece of equipment, maybe two, just to make sure I have enough space. Then we need to grab some dirt. Okay, it's nice and rounded out. Looks more curved, more natural. Yeah. Let's eat. He's chosen death. He fucking chose it. Fucking chose death for himself. I had no part in it. What an idiot. There he goes. He keels over, making his death noises. Like a buffoon. Like a buffoon of death. Alright, let's go. Okay, right here looks good. So we're just gonna have a ring of paths right here around where the trapdoor is gonna go. And then we have a ladder right there. Oh, I can't attach it to the path. Oh, that sucks. You know what, though? I could use cobblestone to the same effect. We got so much cobblestone, I may as well use it, right? Okay. I'm just gonna bite the bullet. I'm gonna deposit the fucking wood. I keep trying to leave the wood in my inventory, but we'll just deposit it until we're ready for it, right in here. And then I'll grab all the equipment that we stored away. Let's grab our cobblestone. Oh yeah, and let's briefly go check on the cementation furnaces to see how they're doing on fuel. They're doing fine. We'll top those up later. All right, there we go. We have a trapdoor leading down. Well, I mean, if we want it to be really easy... Oh, I have to go down one more block. If we want it to be really easy to mass produce charcoal, then this is all we have to do, right? You just need something like this. A nice designated space that's designed for it. I could even attach something to this place, which is designated specifically for... Couldn't really... Could I go this way with it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think so. Let's try to dig all of it that way instead. And then I can go that way, or... How far that way can I go? Decently far. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try to do a fork in the road thing here. Where I can do clay firing or this. I can't go that way. I can only go that way, or this way. Maybe I don't need to undo what I've done so far. I might be able to keep what I've already built. Oh, but the path is right there. That's right. Wait, that's intended. No, yeah, we're good. I hate it when I change my ideas on the fly. Like, I get some pretty good ideas sometimes from those change decisions, but it does make things harder. All right. Oh yeah, we have that Temporal Storm in like an hour. Okay, fair enough. Jesus. Oh my God. There's a massive cave under here. All right. Yeah, we can't mine that safely. I have to stand back while I mine it. On the dirt. It won't collapse the same. Okay. All right, so we have our charcoal burning room right here. Fair enough. Then we're gonna have another room over there. I am pretty worried about the reach of the fire, though. I might want to extend the hallway a little bit. Either way, we're not going to worry about it for now. I have to go take cover. So let's get inside. Yeah, we'll keep on working on that soon. As long as I'm inside and all my doors are closed, I have very little to worry about. Let's close these instead. I might be able to get some kills. We'll leave the doors wide open. The upstairs doors are closed. Yeah, I don't need to worry about the ladder catching fire. Not if I make it a long enough hallway before the actual fire, the firewood section begins. Yeah, we're fine. I got it all mapped out in my head, and we're getting more dirt for terraforming, which is really good. We need it. Anyway, that cave-in hurt us a little bit. We're gonna use a bandage. Yeah, I'm making a burning chamber for converting firewood into charcoal. Yo, Ponty, yeah, 100% I'm involved in politics. 100%. Right now, I've been cheering, like, lately, I've made a, my hobby, my favorite hobby has been, oh, hello, cheering on ice agents against all the swamp hags and Karens in Minnesota, you know? Okay, we topped up the cementation furnaces. Let's try to get some kills here. Holy shit. Alright, we're gonna start this next batch of iron right now. I'll try to stagger this by an hour and a half each. And let's try to keep on getting some kills here. Ah, we trapped him. The more of these that we kill, the more temporal stability I get back. Even though it's decreasing. They are being given a lot of false information. They think that all the illegal immigrants being deported are family men and shit, instead of criminals. Let's close that. A 100%, yeah. In order to be an illegal immigrant, there's a implication that you're already breaking laws just being in the country. And that's why they're trying to say undocumented immigrant. It makes no sense, dude. And anybody, like, the thing is, immigration is a set of laws. And any immigrant willing to shirk immigration law is probably also willing to shirk criminal law as well. But disrespect for the law in one area typically denotes disrespect for all laws in all other areas, right? By their very nature, they are criminals because they're illegal immigrants. If they were legal immigrants, they wouldn't be criminals, right? I can't believe the amount of Democrat, like, self-deception required to not understand that. Wishful thinking and mental gymnastics, you know? And the same people who were crying about Renee Good dying were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death just months prior. Where's more enemies? Say hi to Dave, damn straight, buddy. Yeah, that's Dave, Ponty. That's Dave. You see that? That's Dave. Hell yeah, buddy. Dave is the GOAT. He comes out every Temporal Storm. We don't really know what he is. He's like a giant monster. Yeah, we're gonna expand the path here. I'm gonna lure these guys to the hatch for an easier kill. Let's use a bandage and maybe kill this Bowtorn. I got a temporal gear. Yeah, let's go, fellas. Come on in. They do want votes. Yeah, it's, you know, you bring in a whole bunch of illegal immigrants and then those illegals are indentured in service to you as long as they don't kick you out. It's a hostage situation, basically, you know? And then, unfortunately, those illegal immigrants, when Republicans get into power, being here illegally, they have to be kicked out, which makes Republicans look like the bad guy. Like, the Democrats did it on purpose. They let everybody in without due process because they knew that the moment due process started removing those people, it would make whoever was removing them look bad. And that's all the Democrats really care about is optics. They don't care about what's actually right or correct or good. They only care about making Republicans look bad and making themselves look like saints by eroding the values of our country and even like the structural stability of it. And honestly, it's not even just in the United States. You see the exact same thing with liberals in Canada too. And in a lot of European countries as well. A lot of the EU is equally corrupt in that regard. All right, I kind of forgot to stagger this. We'll do it now. Dave is a pretty chill dude. Yeah, Ponty. And that hypocrisy is a very good point. They say that the left is the party of peace and togetherness, but I mean, look at what's going on in Minnesota and Minneapolis. They're terrorizing Christians, innocent Christians in churches, right? They're bringing babies to protests so that ICE can't engage in the behaviors required to quell dissent. They're also, like the other day, somebody got gang beaten and they were like, holy shit, stop, he's one of us. Like, they were beating up one of their own, and then this other guy got fucking gang beaten and stabbed. Just for not seeing a problem with what ICE was doing. The party of love, party of peace and love. Will stab you if you disagree with us. That's fair enough. We got a lot of kills during this Temporal Storm. Got some temporal gears, flax fibers. We did good. I didn't see any shivers out there tonight. Let's light another one of these bloomeries. I think it's time. Yes, it is. Yeah, you literally have a chance to self-deport and come back later. And they still don't do it, right? Well, I mean, and that just shows you the goodwill that the United States government is actually giving to illegal immigrants. They're giving them every opportunity to leave the right way, or leave the right way after coming here the wrong way. And they're literally giving them a get out of jail free card, where it's like, okay, look, we know you're here illegally, but if you leave right now and you do it properly, then you can come back later. They're giving them every chance, right? And oh my god, the hyperbolic language that they use, like, they're disappearing people. It's the fucking Gestapo. Yeah, okay. You know, they seem awfully comfortable with screaming in the faces of these alleged Gestapo. Fucking just berating them to their faces. If they were actual Gestapo, then they'd be horrified of them and they wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole, right? It's just really funny to see the... It's completely unreal. Completely unreal. Hang on. We gotta put dirt down there. Cobblestone right here. More dirt right there. And here. And then we have to extend this wall so that the fires from in there can't spread out here. Yeah. Okay, and then we also need another path leading, I think, that way. It depends, whichever way has more space available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pretty much the same amount of space, no matter which way I go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's go get more cobblestone. Anyway, I can convert these into path blocks. I think. Yeah, that's kind of decent. Hang on, maybe I should make all of these slabs instead. Agreed, Recoil, agreed. Yeah. Well, there is a difference between the two. There is. But coming here illegally and not following the appropriate channels is inherently criminal, right? Now, technically, it's not a criminal offense, it's a civil offense. But it's still shirking the required, like, legal boundaries to, you know, benefit from it, right? There is a big difference, but that's not, most of them are bad actors. Most of the Democrats who are in the streets of Minneapolis and Minnesota, they're not saying that. They're not being fair to the ones who are good, right? They're basically just saying ICE is bad, all illegal immigrants are good, and they're not really drawing like a distinguishing line between them. They don't care who it is. There could literally be a child rapist getting evicted by ICE, and they'll still be screaming at ICE for doing it, you know? Anyway, we're gonna leave these where they are. Yeah, just like that. And then maybe put a little path there? I don't know. I don't think we have to worry about the fires spreading. I need more cobblestone, though. Let's keep on working on this space here. Yeah, we'll leave the ladder facing that way. We're gonna have multiple ladder rungs too, not just the one. It's gonna go all the way down. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cobblestone. 6, 7, 8. What?
I swear.
It is low IQ brainwashed behavior, yeah. Well, it's the people who eat up narratives. It's the people who believe that ICE are bad are the same people who would have believed that Jews were dirty in World War II. It's the exact same, right? These are the people who were turning in their neighbors because they were dumb enough to believe the mainstream narrative. All right, we have a ladder going down to a fork in the road. What, it is a tranny? Okay. Okay. It's their inclusivity quota. I might just leave this as dirt. I mean, that's the funny thing is all of the Democrats were foaming at the mouth over the transphobia of J.K. Rowling. And then they literally had a tranny voice acting Sirona in Hogwarts Legacy. There was literally a tranny voice actor in the game. Yeah. All right, let's go set up all of our firewood here. And then I just need a torch to get it all lit and dirt to close it in. So we'll leave the coal right here for a second. All right. My personal favorite is you can't be illegal on stolen land. It's like, okay, sure, yeah, I guess none of our laws mean anything because we killed natives to own it. Okay, so I can't commit murder on stolen land. I can kill somebody and totally get away with it. We're on stolen land, didn't you know? No laws apply. No, it's stolen land. I can't be held accountable. We're on stolen land. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, honestly, you can go out there and rape a kid, but you're on stolen land, so it's fine. Nobody can do anything about it. Stolen land clause. That's right. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. All right, we're ready to set up that charcoal pit. Let's grab a piece of dry grass. There we go. The charcoal pit is ready. We now have a walk-in charcoal pit. Let's light it. And then seal it up. There we go. Now we close that and we come back later when it's done. These iron blooms are now finished. Okay, so we're gonna light these, and we're gonna start processing those iron blooms now that the charcoal is being created. Let's also go top up the cementation furnaces for steel, so that I can ignore them while we work on the iron. All right, let's begin. We got pretty good wind strength. Let's hope it lasts for the duration of the task. When's the steel gonna be done? Not for another 5 in-game days or so. It's gonna take a while, buddy. Gonna take a hot minute. But But we'll start making our steel armor, steel plate armor, and when we have it, oh buddy, sky's the limit. Yeah, when we have that steel armor, we'll be able to really bring war to the story locations and try to bang them out. And this time, we'll get to sail to the story locations and also use the elk instead of relying exclusively on the elk. I really didn't like elk travel. The elk always gets stuck on forests and mountains, and there is the bone flute, but that's kind of a band-aid for the problem. You still, you know, it's still annoying. Okay, that first batch of iron is done. Let's grab these. Me personally, I'm actually waiting for the authorities to become far more brutal in Minneapolis and Minnesota. I want it, man. I want Ilya Omar arrested and charged with sedition or even treason. I want the mayor as well, also Tim Waltz, and I want them to just start fucking charging radical Democrats like no tomorrow. Just leveraging countless charges over and over again. No more impunity, right? Because for too long, I feel like they've been operating with so much impunity that they feel invincible. And I feel like we have to crush that. Absolutely fucking decimate it. Just crush it. Whatever will they have, whatever say they think they have, just obliterate it. Dominate the Democrats, make them shut up, make them stop feeling invincible, and make them normal people again. Because I feel like normal people understand accountability for their actions, and Democrats don't understand that. They're literally just overgrown children throwing a never-ending temper tantrum, right? They lost a democratic election, and they're seeking to overthrow the result while calling the other side fascists. That's peak irony, right? It's only a fair election when I win. Yes, of course. Of course. I'd imagine that's probably working. I don't see the smoke, but that's because it's too low. Oh yeah. Okay, we're seeing the smoke there. We're good. As long as that smoke is coming up through there, it's working properly. Now, let's eat. I might want another iron door for that, too. Although we are trying to save up our iron. Yeah, I'm not gonna make another iron door. Not right now. It's too expensive. But on a long enough timeline, we will. Oh man, yeah. There is the question of Israel is a very complicated one. Why are we impoverishing our own countries so that we can give alms to Israel? It's just weird. Although my understanding is that Israel is our greatest ally in the Middle East. Right? Like, they serve as a forward base of operations for American tasks in the Middle East. So whenever the US sends the military over to Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, whatever, like whenever we send our army there, they use Israel as their like forwarding base, right? So it's not in the best interest of the people to give all of our money to Israel, but it's in the best interest of the military. In the end, we are impoverishing our country by giving a shitload of support to Israel. But it is done from a place, I think, of military tactical advantage. I personally think that Epstein was Mossad. I think Israel has the client list in full. Like the full thing. The unredacted, complete files. And I think that Israel uses that to extort various countries. It's either Israel or Russia, but I doubt it's Russia. I mean, come on. Epstein. May as well be fucking Goldberg. All right, 45 minutes left on that batch, but then we have a 4-hour break before we have to do the next one. Okay. How much iron am I gonna have by the end of this? 6, 12, 18. Plus 8. This is my next batch of steel right here. Do I want to make that door? Knowing how expensive it is, knowing how much it costs. I would need a solid iron door, so it would take 12 ingots to make it. 12 is pretty costly. 12 ingots, 6 plates. But I mean, we could. I'm not gonna bother. Honestly, it's a quality of life feature that I just don't need. We can very easily put up a couple of dirt blocks every time we make charcoal. I don't need the exuberant expense of an iron door, right? Especially with how rare it really is that we make charcoal. Anyway, 2 minutes left, and then we'll have 3.5 hours just about to work on terraforming the hill down to where the boathouse is going to be built. Yeah, JFK, I feel the same way about JFK. Nobody ever gets politically assassinated because they were doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Political assassinations are always carried out, always, because it's against the best interest of the corrupt. The only people who want assassinations to happen and who fund them and like organize them are people with personal interests that they're afraid to lose. And JFK was assassinated because he was going to start going after the personal interests of evil people in government. For sure. Yeah, good people don't fucking hire assassins and kill people. Good people will kill people, 100%. Like if someone breaks into your house, I understand the fringe cases, like, you know, you got to kill somebody to defend your home. That's different, but good people don't hire assassins to kill their political enemies. So you know that if you see somebody get assassinated by like a political person get killed, that it was definitely someone evil who ordered it and organized it. All right, let's grab all these fences and those blocks, and let's start terraforming this terrain here. We got quite a bit of work to do. Yeah. Alrighty, I'll see you shortly, sweetie. I love you. Yeah, maybe. I love having a community that knows we can talk politics. And that knows we can talk about it without being, like, crazy leftist about it. Alright, we're gonna keep on doing this, kind of like looping it around, and then we'll fill in the inside as we go. Let's put this in our offhand so that I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, this is all we gotta do, really. Just this right here. And we can do some, you know, specialized touches later. Hang on, I gotta fill this in first before I seal that off. Alright. Yeah, we gotta be able to prevent spawns in here. We don't want monsters just kind of growling beneath our feet all the time, right? Okay. Well, that's one side done. We still need to fill in the bottom, but that is one side done. Okay. Yeah, and over time, you know, it gets more and more done. Let's go check on this. 50 minutes left. How many game minutes is one real life minute? I think it's like 1 minute per second or something. Something like that. Maybe like 1.5 seconds per minute. Well, God, do you remember it was a year ago, roughly a year ago, we started hearing these stories about Jewish people crawling out of sewers in New York. And anybody who talked about it was canceled really quickly. And then it turned out it was true. Afterwards, it literally turned out to be true. And I'm just left there scratching my head like, okay, but why did we have to cancel people for talking about it? Like if Jewish people want to LARP as Ninja Turtles, that's fine, but why are we punishing people for talking about it? You know? I, too, am an enjoyer of the Ninja Turtles. I just, you know, I wouldn't punish somebody for observing me in my natural habitat if I ever chose to dwell in a sewer. All this is to say, though, honestly, I will take whatever the hell is up with Jewish people over Muslims any day of the week. Muslims are warmongering, destructive. Maybe not all of them. The ones who are most devoted to their beliefs, however, like, the more devoted a Muslim is, ultimately, the more destructive that individual is. Like straight up. Straight up. I've read the Quran, okay? I read it when I was in jail, and it is every bit as warmongering as you are led to believe by quote-unquote right-wing extremists. There's literally a passage in the Quran that says, slay the non-believers, slay them in their homes, slay them wherever you find them. Yeah, it's a parable, I'm sure. That's a parable shit. That's fucking violent. Literally, it's in the holy text of the Quran to incite violence against people who don't believe. Anyway, let's get going. Crack this open. Censorship does make people more radicalized, yeah. Well, part of me believes it might actually be social engineering. I always look at things from a lens of psyop, right? And even when I look at somebody like Donald Trump, I don't think, oh, thank God, our savior. I think, okay, so he's playing one part, and his perceived enemies are just playing another part. And it's all political theater meant to herd us into certain beliefs, mentalities, and cultural eventualities, right? I'm always just thinking in terms of like, okay, there's no real heroes, there's just controlled opposition. And JFK was killed because he was an actual hero. He wasn't controlled opposition. They killed him because he wouldn't play ball with the political theater, right? Possibly RFK as well. RFK Sr., anyway. And the thing is, it's well known now that Lee Harvey Oswald was assisted in his assassination of JFK by the CIA. A government agency was weaponized against the sitting president and murdered him. That right there is the only real hero we've seen in a very long time. All right, let's deposit this. The only based thing in Muslim, by the way. Oh man. Well, yeah, it even, you know, that's what's funny is when you have feminists defending Islam, there's I read the Quran. I said this already. There's a passage in the Quran that says one man is equal to 6 women in value in the Lord's eyes. That's the most anti-feminist thing I have ever heard, and yet you still have Karens and swamp hags stupid enough to defend Islam. You know? And I've seen in my own personal life the copium that Karens engage in. A woman once told me it's a parable. Yes, yes, I'm sure there's like a deeper meaning to that page that says slay the non-believers in their homes. There's also a double meaning, a deeper meaning to be discerned from statements such as one man is equal to 6 women. Oh, of course. 100%. Totally. Oh, I love it, buddy. Copium. It's pure fucking Democrat copium. What's really funny is that Democrats aren't even cheering for the people of Iran. They're probably cheering for the regime itself, as it publicly executes protesters and shit, you know? Like that's what really blows my mind, is that in their mind, they're probably like cheering for the regime rather than the people of Iran. And they only like the regime because it opposes Israel. That's it. Democrats will align themselves with any evil force as long as it has like 1 or 2 similarities to their own views. Crazy, buddy. Anyway, let's move this back. And then let's get out there and let's keep on working on the terraforming efforts. I'm gonna go check on the steel production, however. I should be sleeping as much as possible in order to try to accelerate the production. You do get like a time jump on the steel every time you sleep. It's 24% complete. I don't know why the fire is green, but that's pretty cool. Let's go to sleep. I may as well at this point. Jewish town in New York, yeah, I saw that. I saw Asmongold react to it, where it's like they're all living on social assistance programs and stuff. I heard interesting things where the Jewish people, they'll actually take advantage of financial law by when they get married, they only get married in the eyes of God. So technically, let's say you have a Jewish man and a Jewish woman, you have they have a family, they have a whole bunch of kids. Technically, on paper, to the government, the woman counts as a single mother. So she actually gets all sorts of benefits from that, welfare payouts and such, because they don't get married through the state, and the state doesn't recognize their marriage. They do it in a very private way, where they're only married in the eyes of God, but not in the eyes of the government, right? And it helps them with taxes, it helps them to get more benefits, all sorts of... Honestly, they've hacked the system in a really cool way. Now, there's a cave right there. I'm not going to be stopping the spawns there no matter what I do. Let's just seal this in, try to level it out. I can finally get rid of this block. I've had it there for ages. All right. I'm going to try to make this look a little bit more natural. Okay. Once that has more snow, it'll look more like it's supposed to. There. I think that'll do. I can even do like little things like this. Go back a couple blocks right there. Yeah, make little divots. All right, so we did a pretty good job so far. I have to go in here, and I have to keep on working on it. How do I get in, though? I could get in right here, and then I can nerd pole out. Or I could just make myself a little elevator. Yeah, let's make an elevator. I'll go grab some water. And I have to go check on the fuel levels since I slept. What the hell? Oh, I can't fill that? That's weird. Oh, I have milk in the bucket. That's right. I completely forgot that I had milk. Theoretically, like, I could try to start, By the way, is that a female lamb? I need to try to start thinking about cheese. Yeah, what are you? A female lamb. Nice. Generation 2. Right on. Well, it's more milk. More milk availability in the future. Yeah, let's go fuel this up. All right. Yeah, we have to do quite a bit here, honestly. I could just craft a lantern and then leave it here. Theoretically, I could do that. But we'll close up what we can first. As long as I can stop monsters from spawning in here, that's all we're really trying to accomplish, right? This is my first time doing a terraforming task at this large scale before. And I don't necessarily need to fill every inch of this. I could put a lantern in eventually, and that lantern could cover the rest of it. But for right now, we still have a lot of stone, so I can easily just continue using that stone. Oh god, how do I get out of here? I kind of can't. I'll have to, like, dig my way out. Unless I move the water, which could be possible. Yeah, put the water up a little bit higher and then maybe I can go all the way. There we go. All right. Grab those. We have way more fences. Honestly, I can just fill it in. We don't need to use a lantern. Yeah. And this is gonna help me reduce all the stone that we built up that I don't want, right? Yeah, we're definitely gonna have enough to finish. Maybe not in our inventory. Well, honestly, yeah. I actually do think we'll have enough to finish with what we have in our inventory, but we could craft even more of these is the thing. All the mining that we've done, we've just been getting constant fences. Constant stone, right? And now we can use it for this. All right. Just about done. God damn, we filled all that in. Beautiful. All right. That's it. We filled it all in. So we now have the staircase here, and we've terraformed the terrain to accommodate for it. Beautiful. Yeah, we did it. That was a big project that we just did. Big project indeed. Let's deposit this stuff. I don't need nearly as much fertility soil anymore after that's done. Anyway, how long would a barrel of milk last in my cellar, I wonder? Let's make a barrel. Because I should probably be trying to get more and more. Let's eat. Deposit the fire clay bricks. And let's go try to milk the goat and then put it in our cellar, see how long it bumps up the shelf life of it. Why are people scared of canceling? Well, it boils down to the ability for someone to feed their family. Yeah, when you get canceled, it, you know, when the money stops coming in, the food and shelter stops coming in. That's the risk. Okay, I successfully got the milk. It looks like you can just stand there and keep on yanking on its titties until it succeeds. Fresh for 32 days. We could try to milk it again. It's okay. It needs to be ready to be milked. That's the catch. It has to be ready to be milked. It's not ready to be milked. But yeah, you can just stand there and keep on trying to milk it, it looks like. Anyway, at this stage, we pretty much just wait till this is done. It's 33% done. We're a third of the way toward our first batch of steel. Let's go check on the charcoal real quick. I don't see any black smoke coming out of there. I think it's done. Yep. I need a new shovel. This is just about to break. I don't think I have a spare either. I'm gonna, but we can make, you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna make an axe. I was gonna say, okay, let's make an iron shovel and an iron axe, like a spare axe, but I don't need to. The thing is, we are soon going to be able to make steel, so why not hold out for steel if I can, right? No, the secret to not getting canceled, this is the secret, okay? You can't capitulate. You can't submit. You can't yield. Canceling only works when you apologize for what they're accusing you of. Because there's two factions of people, okay? There's the liberals who get mad at you for something, and then they want you to, like, they want to cancel you. But then there's also the Republicans who... You disgrace yourself when you apologize. So if you apologize, you lost the liberals already anyway, right? You already lost them. They're already trying to cancel you. But you lose the Republicans too when you say sorry to the liberals. And that's the thing. If you never want to get canceled, all you have to do is refuse to capitulate. That's it. Yeah, you don't say sorry. Don't express guilt. That's it. That's all it takes to not get canceled. Just don't be sorry. I lean into it. You guys might have seen the video on my channel. It's like the most recent upload I have, but where I ratioed someone on the social pillory because they were rude, right? I lean into it. I lean into it. Anytime somebody tries to express a grievance with something I've said, I publicly humiliate them. And I use my creator status to lambaste them in front of whoever will watch, right? You just have to, and honestly, ever since I uploaded that video, not one person has left a stupid comment on my shit. Not one. Because they're afraid of being the next person that I make an example of, right? I've created a consequence attached to the action of disrespecting me on my own channel. And nobody does it, right? That's the magic of it. You just gotta have a spine. The thing is, like, most of these cancel culture pussies are people where they don't know what to do when you reject their narrative and replace it with your own, right? If I don't think that their cancellation is real, then it's not real. And they have no way to enforce it if I disrespect it. But when I capitulate, and when I express grievance with what I said, grievance which they accused me of, right? If I capitulate and express guilt, then they're winning. That's it. That's when it becomes real. I will always be the channel that makes jokes, racist jokes, right? I will always be the channel that belittles Democrats and laughs whenever an ICE agent shoots a woman in the head because she deserved it. I will always be that guy. And I will always stand by the things I say, Even if a mob tries to go after me for saying them. Always. Always. It's exactly, Ponty. That's the way I look at it, is like, there's the audience members you want to keep and there's the audience members you don't. And you can make a spectacle out of the ones that you don't want to keep. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello, buddy. It's a trade of sorts, yeah. How are you doing? There's an art form to it. You know what? I could use glass blocks as the barrier. That's actually a pretty good idea. If I use glass blocks, then I can see the progress and I can see when it's done. We're gonna leave glass blocks there from now on. I like that. We have a lot more charcoal now. There, yeah, I can use the glass blocks and we can see the progress as it's going. I like it. I like it. And we're gonna build something else over here as well. But I will need more cobblestone. We're just gonna make like a little clay burning area there. But for small batches, for things that don't need an entire kiln to do, you know, maybe like 10 slots. Okay. Let's go try to set it up. And I'm gonna make more tin bronze torch holders very, very shortly. All right, here we go. Now we do the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. I might be able to go one block further if I just engage in a little bit of terraforming outside. I might. Let's pop out here and take a look. Yeah, I think that'll do. Oh, Patrick, I get you, buddy. I get you. And I'm not defending Trump. If you were here like 10 minutes ago, I literally said that he's probably controlled opposition. They're all on the same side, and they're all evil. But Democrats do behave like spoiled infants. I can't take it away from them. They really do. You're good? Another day, another topic to learn. I like to hear it, buddy. I like to hear it. The enthusiasm. Yeah, this is coming along. I like it. Let's stack this up. They are all on the same team, buddy. They are. Yeah. And honestly, Patrick, I got nothing against you, buddy. I got nothing against you at all. What I have a problem with, we all know that people in the government, they're all evil. We know that. They're all working with each other. They're all controlled opposition. But I like it when they do good things, even if those good things are for the wrong reasons. Like to save face, to cover up their corruption. So seeing illegal immigrants being kicked out of the country is a net positive. They might only be doing it for disingenuous reasons, like to bolster their public image. But better that than no, like better to do the right thing for the wrong reasons than to never do the right thing at all. Right? That's my perspective on it. And when I see Democrats basically foaming at the mouth because we're kicking illegal immigrants out of the country, it just feels weird. Right? It feels really weird. Because it's a net positive for everybody involved if illegal immigrants get kicked out. It really is. Maybe we should leave it like this. Rotate these. And the thing is, like, even if Trump is bad, I'm still gonna support the good things that he does, right? Because there's gonna be a lot of second order effects from kicking out illegal immigrants that are gonna benefit the American people. And legal immigrants. The thing is, nobody's gonna benefit more from the deportation of illegal immigrants than the legal ones. Because the legal ones, like, think about it, right? All the low skill labor jobs go to, like, a lot of the time immigrants rely on those to get started before they get an education, get a higher education, higher paying job, right? But if all of those entry level labor jobs are taken up by illegal immigrants, then they can't really use them, right? Okay, this is good. I think this will work just fine. I like this whole system we got here. We have the glass there so we can see the progress on the charcoal. This is nice, buddy. Very nice. All right, let's go check on the steel and let's get some sleep. We can pass time and try to get it closer to being done. Uh, 38% of the way complete. Let's make more wall torches. We need more tin bronze torch holders. All right, well, take care for now, Ponty. Take care for now. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Oh, Ponty, you wanted to know what I went to jail for. Are you still around? I'll tell you. All right, let's go check on the time now that we slept. 44%. Looks like we get 11% progress every time we sleep. You're interested, Triro? Okay, well, my name, you could even Google it. I was in the news. My name was Thomas Helmley. It's Thomas Rendell now, but I went to jail for trying to... It's funny, but it's the kind of thing that you hear about Democrats doing now, but I was trying to incite a civil war. I basically made a bunch of Facebook posts where I told people to hunker down in their homes, ignore their mortgages, pay no taxes, and shut down the government because of the corruption in it. And I also said, the basis, the justification for this, I was young, but the justification was that we're all poisoned and depopulated with processed food, right? We're all treated with pharmaceuticals which treat problem A while causing problem B. And at the center of all of it is a government body. It doesn't matter which country you're in, whether you're in the UK, Canada, the United States, Spain, it doesn't matter which country you're in. People in the government have stocks in food and pharmaceutical companies, so they profit more from us being addicted to processed food and then being treated for the chronic diseases and mental illnesses that result from it. So my justification was, if they're evil on their face, then we need to oppose them, right? And the part that they actually arrested me for, this is the crime part, is I said, if the police come to your door to evict you from your home, then kill them, right? So they treated it as incitement. My exact charges were uttering threats of death and inciting hatred against police officers. Right? That's what they got me for. Yeah. And I went to jail for that same thing like 4 times. That's it. It wasn't protected speech. To be fair, I was inciting. But in my mind at the time, it seemed like a reasonable thing to incite. Yeah, free speech does not and should not include calls to violence, nor political violence. But I mean, that's the thing. In my mind then, and really in my mind now, it was worth doing. I don't regret it, and I don't think that I made a mistake. Lactating still, can't milk it. Nowadays, you know, with RFK redoing the food pyramid, I feel like that's such a huge step in the right direction. And if there's people in government willing to do that, then it becomes less necessary to clean up shop, right? Yeah, this is me right here, Thomas Helmley. Yeah. Death threats against police, right? That's what they pinned on me, was death threats against police. So how do I make cheese? We need linen to do stuff. We need salt as well. I don't know how to get salt. We need to find halite, so I would need to get out there and find halite stone, which we can try to do, but from what I understand, it's quite uncommon. But that's the only way that I'm gonna get like long-term preservation on the cheese products. So maybe we try it. I don't know where to find halite though. The best I can do is get out there and just sort of look around with the prospector's pick. Yeah. In my mind back then and in my mind now, I knew that I was inciting violence. And I knew that I was trying to do something bad. But I still believe, as I did then, that if you see too much evil in government, then it's okay to throw your life away trying to make that happen. Right? That's it. I don't regret it. I don't regret it. I got through my probation. My probation's over. I never got like reformed or re-educated. I still stand by what I did, and I still think it was worth doing. And I still think that if more people were willing to do it, the world would be a very different place, and the government would not be running rampant with like Ouroboros self-consuming evil that also destroys our lives, right? All right, so do what? Like risk your life. Risk your life trying to clean up shop in the government. I will never sit here and say that somebody should not go to jail for making threats against the government or trying to organize people against them. Right? Like, I recognize the value of that law to keep the peace, to maintain stability. Chaos is a vacuum and we all get sucked into it. But I will also always say that if there is a corrupt, tyrannical, and evil government, then the only way to stop it is to break the law to do it. That's it, right? It's like both things are true at the same time. Yes, it's good that we have laws that stop people from inciting civil wars and arrest them. And yes, sometimes you have to break the law and attack the government in order to liberate the people from them. It's like both things are true at once, right? All right, let's remove this peat soil icon. We no longer have any there. I can sleep again. Yeah, you know what? If we just sleep back to back over and over again, we can pass a lot of time on the steel making. I need to build a boathouse still. And I should try to find some salt, some halite. Ready to be milked. Okay, here we go. All right, I got it. It can't be milked again, right? No. So, you have to like curdle the milk, right? Hang on. So I need to fill a barrel with milk, and then I need to add pickled vegetables of any sort. And that's what requires the salt. So really it just comes down to whether or not I have salt. That's the deciding factor in whether or not I can make cheese. Let's grab some more pie, deposit this milk in there. And I'll take a crock of meat stew with me, because we're probably going to be, like, sailing to look for this stuff. I have a lot of supplies on the boat that we can use to try and, like, we have firewood. I have a fire starter. I don't need to worry about that. Before we go, though, I'm going to make some torch holders for the wall. Yeah. Let's heat those up, and let's make them. I need... Honestly, 2 torch holders will probably do just fine. But I can also make plates if I want to. So I might make 2 torch holders and 2 plates. I think I need... I can put a torch holder in here on the wall. And then I can put another one in. We already have one in there. And then I need one more for over here where we do the clay forming and charcoal production. So really I only need 2 torch holders, and I can make 2 plates for lanterns. And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and fill this up. Hang on. Let's move this. Grab that. Put the bucket down. Fill it up. Yeah, we need to make more candles. If I am gonna make more lanterns, we need more candles. Me and YouTube about to throw hands. All right, now let's get smithing. We don't have much to do. Tin bronze torch holder, here we go. This is a very simple thing to make. You just put down both ingots, and then you're just deleting stuff. You're not even actually moving any voxels around. Yeah, that's the thing with my criminal history. I know exactly what I did. I still stand by it too. 100%. Like, you need to hold people in power accountable. And honestly, ever since the pandemic happened, I have felt even more reinforced. Before, I did it for the gradual depopulation being afflicted on everybody by processed foods and pharmaceuticals. When COVID happened and they forced the vaccines on everybody and fired everybody for refusing them, that, like, I doubled down, right? I only felt more vindicated. Because truly, we, like, 90% of governments are just operating out of self-interest and they're evil. Like, 100%, you know? All right, let's get these set up. We can make our plates very fast with their help. Was that a fact? You were an unemployed Oshawa man? Yes, it was. Well, they were looking for any reason to, like, discredit me, right? Yeah, they were trying to draw... It was an ad hominem. They were taking something that, sure, was true about me, but was irrelevant to the topic at hand. See, the media had this magical way of completely ignoring the context of my crime and trying to make it something that it wasn't, right? But I mean, that's how propaganda works. You should have, oh my god, you should have read the victim impact statement. Because remember, my crime was actually, it was against the police. Nobody else, right? It was the police who charged me with uttering threats against them. And the victim impact statement, the precinct basically said, we know there is someone sitting in the dark waiting to receive Thomas Helmley's grim message. Like, it was, bro. Oh, way over the top. And you know what's really funny about my crime is the implication was if the government was never corrupt, we would never have a reason to rebel. And the police would never get hurt if they didn't stand between us and the tyrants that we sought to hold accountable. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. But there's no room for logic when you're opposing tyrants. There's none. They're not going to use it. You can't use it. And honestly, the sad reality is that in order to oppose tyrants, you have to be willing to commit acts of evil. It is what it is. Hey, look at that. Yo, we have a little pet. No way. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, we now have a torch here that we can use. I think I'll put it on the other wall, right here. Okay. What the hell? Let me out of here. There we go. Must be the snow. I think I will put some paths there because it'll keep the snow levels down. Yeah, let's do that. And then we need to put this other torch holder over here. Next to the beehive kiln. There we go. 52% of the way complete. Now, we need to make 2 more lanterns. Seems like a waste to just make 2 more, but we could use them. I will, however, make more candles. We'll make like 6. Let's go grab some fiber. Yeah, I was ahead of the curve on the whole processed food to population thing. I recognized it from a very young age. I was on Ritalin between the ages of 6 and 11. Like super, super young, tiny kid, right? And they were giving me drugs before I even understood how the world worked. So I started to recognize the profit structure from a very early age where they make you sick on purpose so that you're a lifetime customer of the pharmaceutical industry. And senators in the government and congressmen, they have stocks in pharmaceutical companies. So they benefit from you being disenfranchised, sick, and broken, right? If you get cancer from processed food, good. You're lining their pockets. If you get depression, good. You're taking antidepressants and they get a cut of it, right? Hello, Judy. Good morning. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're doing a little bit better. No problem, no problem. You keep your chin up. It's a really big, heavy loss, but just acknowledge the pain. Feel it, feel all of it, don't hide from it, and it'll pass a little bit easier. All right, put that down. I don't think I can actually have the hatch door here. Unless, there's one way that I can, and it's if I build a structure that has a door where I like come in and then I go down the shaft. I think that's the only way that this is actually gonna work for me here. So maybe I'll make like a little cobblestone shed or something. The candles are done. I can make 2 more lanterns now. All right. Let's close the door. I don't want these guys just wandering in. Well, medicine is good, yeah, but there's also certain situations where it's a for-profit business model, right? So they're gonna benefit from people being sick. And that's why a lot of medications, they have side effects that are deemed acceptable, right? Same with COVID vaccines being mandated. That was actually a violation of the Nuremberg Code. When you think about it, there is no good reason to drug a small child with psychostimulants. There's just not, right? You look at any dystopian world, and they're drugging kids to get them to sit still. It's normal, right? Same with birth control for young women. There's massive, lifelong hormonal endocrine disruptions that result from that, and it's fucking over generations of women. Worse and worse every generation, right? And like, we definitely have a societal design where chronic disease and mental illness are manufactured on purpose through the food standard. It's a handshake deal between pharmaceutical and food companies, right? You make them sick, make them addicted, and we will treat them, and we'll both profit. That's just how it works, buddy. That's how it goes. Am I hungry enough to have dinner now? Better if we eat now and then get cozy after The Bachelor? Sure, whatever you want, sweetie. Very true, Triro, very true. I won't take that away from you, but, like, you know, it's just funny when the thing is, they're selling you a need, right? It's kind of like depression. Okay, I'm gonna put it to you in the context of depression and anxiety. What's better for somebody who has depression? Antidepressants or a better diet, exercise habit, cold showers, intermittent fasting, right? Like, the answer is obvious, right? They don't need the drugs, but the pharmaceutical industry is gonna push those drugs because that's the profitable business model at work, right? The simple truth is that psychiatric problems are typically a result of unmet human needs. You know what I mean? And they're going to try to sell you a drug rather than the cure. Treatments over cures, because treatments are profitable long term and cures are not. And the vaccine mandates were the pinnacle manifestation of the evil of the pharmaceutical industry and the government. Because the Nuremberg Code specifically states that we cannot force somebody to receive a medication. We need informed consent. And nobody was given informed consent during COVID with the vaccines. How could they be given informed consent? They were experimental vaccinations that did not receive FDA approval. Technically, they had only received emergency use authorization, which basically means we don't know what these will do, but it's better than nothing, right? So nobody could receive informed consent, and yet despite that, everybody was fired for refusing vaccines in North America, right? So it created, some states didn't, but Canada did, and many states in the US did also. So it created this situation where it was actually a Nazi practice. It literally was, because the Nuremberg Code was made after World War II to combat some of the damnable things that the Nazis had done to their prisoners of war and their minority populations through, you know, it was eugenics and experimentation through forced pharmaceutical interventions. And COVID was a Nazi practice. The vaccine mandates were as close to Nazi alignment as we have seen in generations. You do feel depressed, Judy? Well, honestly, the best advice I can give you is to fast regularly, skip breakfast and lunch, and when you do eat, no bread, no pasta, no rice, just eat meat and vegetables, okay? And wash your vegetables really good. Get the pesticides off and stuff, right? If you do that, you're doing yourself a world of good. And if you want to take it a step further, then you do the fasting, you eat the meat and vegetables, maybe eggs, and you also take freezing cold showers. If you do those three things regularly, then your brain chemistry will optimize. We actually have lanterns for this now, which is pretty cool. I think I'm gonna make like a lamp post or something. We need light here. Maybe I should just hang the lantern on top, right? Like right there. And then we also do the same thing right here. Yeah, that way there's a suitable amount of light for both. Nice. And then we are going to need more lanterns for this path. In fact, I'm thinking that rather than having these just hanging there, I might make lamp posts. Let's make lamp posts. It's a very easy task, and we can bang it out pretty quickly using our tools. So let's grab the pantograph, QP's chisel, and the hammer. That should be all we need. All right. Yeah, modern medicine to me is just a testament to humanity's ability to take a good thing and turn it into a bad thing. Treating disease and healing the sick, these are things that nobody argues with. But developing a ceaseless for-profit business model that just hurts people in the long run, right? It's not worth it. Well, they've done a lot to make everyone's lives better, yes. They've also done a lot to make people's lives bad. These two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, blind faith in the pharmaceutical industry is not the right play, though. Okay, I think we need 3 of those. Plus possibly a 4th. And then let's grab that. Now we need this shape right here, the lamppost peak, and then the lamppost overhang. We got a lot of monsters coming in right now. Now let's rotate this. And now we can start hanging these lanterns in style. Right there, just like that, beside where it would normally be. Well, yeah, look, there's... Oh, I get it. There are positives to... Like, I'm not anti-capitalist because all of our greatest technologies have come from it. But remember what Winston Churchill said. Capitalism is the worst economic system. It's just better than all the others, like all the other alternatives, right? Everything goes bad. In the same way that all food rots, you know, like all economic systems are going to be prone to corruption on a long enough timeline. And what we've seen is like medicine is good, but ultimately corporations they just have shareholders that they have to make happy. And the way you do that is by maximizing profit, you know? And the way that you accomplish that as a medicine company is making sure that people need your medicine for a long time. No, we totally have the technology. It's honestly remarkably simple to treat a lot of chronic diseases. Like metabolic problems, you can solve a lot of metabolic and mental health problems just with diet changes. just with regular fasting and low carb diets, high in protein with moderate vegetable intake, right? It's honestly not complicated for people to have good health. It's not overly difficult. Let's put another light post right here. Maybe I should move this one over. Oh, but we have this right here. Okay, we're good. Let's grab this and then put a lamp post right here. Kind of in the middle, right there. They're not just gonna let me build it though. All right, they're all chiseled blocks. Paste shape. All right, there we go. And then hang the lantern. Hell yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you can cure diabetes, type 2 diabetes with diet. Purely like with just eating habits. But that potential cure has been suppressed for a very long time so that the pharmaceutical industry could maximize its profits, and that's the thing. Like it's okay to celebrate what medicine has given us, but to also demonize the abuse in the industry. Because they're hands down 100%, there have been abuses. It's not a crazy idea. Like, corporations are corrupt sometimes. And not necessarily evil, but their need for profit is gonna make them make decisions that might be against the best interest of people. It's very simple. It's not a complex idea. All right, let's build another one. Oh my God, hello. Okay, here we go. Let's eat. Yeah, you'll be all right, Judy. You'll figure it out. Let's turn all of these into chisel blocks. Rotate these. Hang that up on there. Yeah, this is gonna look a lot better when we have all these lanterns chilling. No, you can actually cure diabetes. You will 100%. There's two types of diabetes. There's type 1 and type 2. You can't cure type 1, but you can 100% cure type 2 and get somebody off of insulin injections. You can. 100% you can. There's clinical trial data to support it, to verify it. Not just support it, but outright prove it. Like, you 100% can cure type 2 diabetes. 100%. I would like to move these lamps, if I can. Just don't know where exactly I would move them to. Either way, let's make more of these lampposts in various locations. All right, use the texture flipper. Make all these look real nice. Oh, yeah. That lamp might actually be too close to that one. We're practically still in its light radius. I might try to space these out more. All right. All right. What about this one? How necessary is that one? Honestly, there's a lot of light over here. It really is. In fact, I'm thinking, what if I just move that lantern, like, right here? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Rotate. Okay. Let's head inside, because I'm pretty sure I'm like freezing right now. We'll keep on working on this after we've slept and had a chance to warm up. I'm gonna want to refuel this though. Let's go to the steel cementation furnaces. There you go, see? While the ketogenic diet and intermittent fasting cannot cure it, they can lead to remission, meaning blood sugar levels return to a normal range without medication. So no insulin, right? Then, you, like I said, you no longer require treatment for it. You just have to maintain the lifestyle. Will you be susceptible if you fall off the wagon and start living on pizza again? Sure. But just the same, There's a lifestyle method to improve their health and get them off the medication, but the pharmaceutical industry isn't pushing for this because you can't sell like this maintenance through good habits to people. Are they going to be able to enjoy pizza and shit? No. But are they going to be able to live without insulin? Yes. All right, let's keep going. How close is this batch of steel to being done? 63% complete. We're 2/3 of the way. I'm gonna need more black coal soon, but not right now. However, now I can't really see the light levels. I know these have good, suitable spacing. I know that. These are spaced well. We just got to move this one over a little bit, I think. Now I need a platform. Place that. Attach this. And hang the lamp. Well, I mean, what is a normal lifestyle, right? I mean, a normal lifestyle, returning to a normal lifestyle for a diabetic, avoiding sugar and carbs is normal, right? Because they're always worried about spiking their blood sugar and not having the insulin to deal with it. So, like, they don't actually change their lifestyle when they go keto, right? The only difference is they no longer need insulin when they slip up and have a slice of bread or whatever, right? The thing is that if you take a type 2 diabetic and they do treat, like if they do the ketogenic diet with intermittent fasting, their glucose levels, like they'll always be balanced and they could probably get away with having a treat once in a while, right? They're not type 1 diabetics. They can, like, they're insulin resistant, but insulin resistance goes down over time, right? Your metabolism will change. These things can recover. Insulin resistance, your pancreas stops producing insulin with type 1. With type 2, it's long-term insulin resistance. And you can actually fix that by, like, you have to fast regularly so that your storage is no longer full. The problem, like, insulin resistance long-term is typically when the fat storage in the body, the glucose storage is full, so every time insulin tries to make a delivery, that delivery gets rejected and the body stops producing insulin because the deliveries keep on getting rejected. But if you fast regularly, right, then you clear out the storage and then there's more room, so the insulin will start working again. They're ready to mate again. Let's get them breeding. Grab that. As far as I understand it, there might even be 2 different types of type 2 diabetes. like 2 different categories. Well, here's like that's the thing. I was remember when Chezzy came by and he was like, I'm depressed and I'm struggling right now, right? My normal is that I can't smoke cigarettes, I can't smoke weed, I can't drink alcohol, and I'm like hyper disciplined about it. I'm very religious about it because I know that I have a susceptibility to these things where I get easily depressed. Even masturbation is the same. I can't do it, right? Like I have to make sure that I'm constantly holding the line, otherwise like I'm very susceptible to like low dopamine, right? So I need to do things like regular fasting, I need to have cold showers, I need to try my best to avoid junk food as often as possible. I can't indulge in any sort of substance abuse. Like these are normal things, like that's what's normal for me, right? And somewhere out there is a type 2 diabetic whom this is also normal for, who doesn't need insulin because of it, right? And the thing is, why isn't the pharmaceutical industry even presenting this as an option? They don't even tell them it's possible. And it's because that the pharmaceutical industry, they have an incentive structure to want to sell that insulin for profit, right? And it does boil down to the fact, like the government's never going to intervene because most of Congress has stocks in these companies. It is what it is. Anyway, we're going to keep on working on those oil like the lamps tomorrow. Or rather like tonight, later on. We need it to be nighttime. Yeah, so that I can actually assess the light level and determine how much more is necessary. Let's top these up again. We are making great progress. I might even be able to sleep again. Temporal Storm. Let's go close the doors. Make sure nothing hyper dangerous gets in. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. Oh shit, I didn't even set up the trough for the animals to start breeding. I might be able to do that right now. Okay, we'll come back and we'll fill it with more portions soon. Let's go hang up the lantern shit for now, because we're not really going to be able to work on it while the storm is active. Oh shit, I still have other slices of carrot pie that are older. I guess I'll just mow those right now. Well, the government can't intervene. It's a conflict of interest, right? Because the government, like everybody in government has stocks in these companies. So when people need medicine, the government benefits, right? That's why the vaccine rollout was so heavily politicized during COVID. They profited directly from the hysteria, right? And anytime somebody chooses to take antidepressants instead of taking a cold shower, the government's lining their pockets with that, right? And the pharmaceutical company is certainly happy. Yeah. The pharmaceutical industry capitalizes, like they've tried to convince everyone that what they need is a magic pill, when really most of our problems boil down to lifestyle. And honestly, long-term insulin resistance, that's the thing, is it should be mainstream knowledge. You know how RFK recently redid the food pyramid? It should already be mainstream knowledge that you can prevent type 2 diabetes from occurring by just having like a basic retarded level of consciousness towards your own health, right? However, the original food pyramid was designed to make people insulin resistant, right? It was carbohydrate heavy. So
The companies that were making that were profiting the most from this, it was just all about convincing people to eat as many carbs a day as possible.
yeah,
Because that's where all this processed food is, that's where all the cereal is. That was all. They had nothing.
yeah. Yeah. Triro, they already have that power. And they're either going to abuse it or they're going to use it for good. The government is the absolute power. They already have it. They already have it. We don't need to give it to them. They already have it. And right now, the government is using that power, like it's being abused. Right now, everybody in government, all they have to do is buy stocks in a pharmaceutical company, and then they're going to profit from this system of manufactured illness through processed food. Hell, they can even buy stocks in the food companies too. A lot of them have. 80% of Congress during the pandemic in the United States had stocks in pharmaceutical companies. They profited directly from the hysteria, from the mainstream media campaigns, from the fear-mongering, directly. Of course, I see an issue with government intervention, but I see an even bigger issue with government complicity, right? Like when the government is complicit in the corrupt scheme. That's even worse. That's weaponized global, like that's weaponized power at scale, right? Like what's more dangerous, the government regulating corruption or being involved in it directly, right? Easy. It's a very easy thing to understand. And it was the government's recommendation. The old food pyramid was the government's recommendation. It had to be redone. They demonized saturated fats, right? They glorified carbohydrates as part of a diet. They caused the diabetes crisis that we now see. And only now, like 60 years later or 70 years later, are we finally revising the mistakes in the food pyramid. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, even the seed oils that they got behind. That's what you need to understand, Triro, is that the government has been complicit in the decline of the public health, like the health standard, right? They've been like absolutely complicit with it. Exactly. They never regulate corruption as they are the corruption. That's the truth, right? And the main problem is that we're not teaching people how to avoid type 2 diabetes through making like basic, regular, everyday decisions that a toddler could understand. That information is omitted from us, right? It's kept from us so that our illness will be nurtured rather than our health, because the pharmaceutical industry and thus government employees, congressmen, senators, they can't profit from us if we're healthy, right? In order for those stocks to have value and increase in value, we need to be perpetually sick and tired, right? Well, we already have big government, and they're already... The thing is, one of the things I always talk about on the channel is the collusion between government, like, corporate collusion with the government, right? Like, corruption between both, collusion between both, where they are nefariously engaging in handshake deals at the detriment of the public, right? It's a normal part of our life in modern society. And I feel like it's more important to be afraid of the corruption than it is to appreciate the benefit of medicine. Because now medicine, like, God, didn't the vaccine schedule for babies, weren't they supposed to get like 48 vaccines by 6 months old? 72. They were recommended to get 72 vaccinations before being 6 months old. Like, that's fucked, dude. And the whole point is so they can create lifelong customers of the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah.
Really sad because as far as science goes, the studies themselves can't really be trusted because someone's paying for that study. Only the result that they want is going to...
Yeah, they're only going to publish the study results that they want. And any group of scientists that will not give that result are just going to be replaced with one that will. All right, let's get down there and let's feed up the trough again. We can get that goat to be pregnant. It only ate one portion so far. All right. Yeah, the pharmaceutical industry is more bad than it is good, and I feel like that's a very important thing for people to come to terms with early on in their lives. Because honestly, 90% of the chronic diseases that are treated, the chronic diseases and mental illnesses that are treated, are things that a healthy diet would fix anyway, right? The pharmaceutical industry is not saving people from their health problems, it's capitalizing on what the food standard is causing in them. And, well, it's capitalism. You capitalize on needs that are often manufactured, right? Capitalism is when you capitalize on a market demand and fill a niche. Processed food has caused Processed food has caused a chronic disease and mental illness niche that the pharmaceutical industry fills. It's a handshake deal. And the government is involved in it. All right, we used up all of our old pie. Now we have to start using up this new stack, but I think I'm gonna deposit like half of it, just to make sure it doesn't spoil before we have a chance to eat it. Let's head back down, see if I can put the 10th serving into the trough. What was that? Yeah. Yeah. All right, the storm is waning. Well, and then I guess it speaks to a bigger question about our nature, right? I don't view, like, what's the expression, right? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. People are just susceptible. They're highly susceptible to power, and it's possible that the only humanity that works is a humanity that does not have positions of authority that can be usurped and abused by the power-hungry and the self-serving. Yeah.
There will always be corruption.
All right, now we have sufficient lighting. This looks good. I think this is okay. I might move this lamp a little bit further down, though. Of course, I'm gonna have to clean up this asshole right here. Where is he? Maybe he despawned. Hello, Butter. Welcome back, buddy. I'll put it like right here. Well, and that loops back around to my crime that we were talking about, right, Triro? Like, that was the incentive for the crime that I committed, was trying to hold everybody accountable. And I did it on the basis of, like, depopulation, right? I did not like the handshake deal between governments, food companies, and pharmaceutical companies to depopulate the public and worsen chronic diseases and mental illnesses in the name of perpetual profit. That was the entire nature, right? Nature of my crime. There is a little dark spot right there. I might move this lamp over to try and mitigate that dark spot's presence. Like, maybe I could have it on the other side or something. But in the end, I also recognize that even if we fix the problem today, it'll be back tomorrow, right? Because you can remove corruption from a throne, but more corruption will be attracted to that throne after time has passed. It's just a matter of course, right? Because the corrupt will always be attracted to places and positions of power and control. It's just what it is. Yeah. I'm gonna need more dirt, I think, for this. No, power corrupts everybody. It literally corrupts everybody. There's definitely, and honestly, here's the problem. Those that power can't corrupt, the corrupt will kill. Look at JFK, right? Even if you have some random ass anomaly, it's a network, okay? And every corrupt politician and every corrupt shareholder, every CEO that engages in this racket, they are nodes in a network. And even if there is one single node in a network that will not comply, every other node in that network is going to flag it, destroy it, and get rid of it so that the network can continue to run smoothly. Even if by some miracle you find somebody with integrity, they're going to get outed by the systems that they try to revolutionize, change, and improve. Yeah. Yeah, the sad reality is that it might be a problem without a solution. Like, we can't untangle human nature and fallibility from our human societies, and we'll never actually be able to solve the problem of corruption in positions of power. It's deeply intertwined with who we are as a species. Let's eat. We gotta put it right here in the exact center. Thank you, sweetie. I think this'll do, honestly. I don't like the dark patches, but maybe I just need to try to, like, ignore them a little bit. Yeah. I do think I'd like to move these lanterns later. Large trough. Okay, it's gonna be pregnant any second now. There's enough light here to get the job done. Let's lay out these lanterns on the side. I just need a row of dirt right here. Ugh. Yeah, right here. Texture flip. Hang the lantern. And one more right here. Although I am gonna need more wood. Maybe I should actually move this one closer to where the animals are. I don't know. It's too hard to tell when it's not nighttime, but we could sleep and it would be getting dark again. It would be better for the steel production too, but let's finish doing the one that we were currently working on. we are living in a civilized society, I do agree, but there was a quote that changed my perspective when I heard it. And I think that this quote, it might even resonate with you once you hear it. It's Don Falcone says it in Gotham. And what he says is you can't have organized crime without law and order, right? And it's important to recognize that we did make these structures and they have benefited everybody, but there was always an incentive in these structures for the power to exist and for it to be able to be weaponized by those who could seize it, right? You can't have organized crime without law and order. One relies on the other, and vice versa. And it ends up, you always end up in a situation where law and order will be used for organized crime. That's what the government is, right? They are the greatest, most powerful mafia that we have ever seen. And everybody agrees with this consensus, even you. The government is the highest ranking criminal syndicate that the world has ever seen. And it doesn't seem to matter which country you call home, right? Even in Europe, they're dealing with the same corruption in the European Union. Yeah, it's just like par for the course. It's everywhere. Wherever there are people, there is corruption in positions of power. It's just the way that we live. It's what's natural for us. Human weakness, human fallibilities. Only Christ is above it. And the best we can do is try to humble ourselves before that reality and repent. And do our best to be our best against the tide of a world that wants us to be and do our worst. Let's go to sleep. All right, we've slept. It's dark out again. Well, almost. Kind of wish it was later. But we are starting to get a feel for where the weak points in the light are. I just have to move this lantern over by, maybe like 3 spaces. Yeah, that dark patch is pretty much fully nullified. Now there's a dark patch right here. So we're gonna want to move this one over by like possibly 4 spaces. Actually, that dark patch is still there. Maybe I just need to build extra lamps. Or I could just leave the dark patches. I mean, that works too. It's important to remember that people are not inherently good. They're inherently evil and trying to be good. Our nature is very selfish. Anybody who has ever seen a 2-year-old child behave, well, rather, misbehave, knows this. It's called the terrible twos for a reason. 2-year-old children are the angriest and most violent demographic of human beings that the planet has ever held. And that is our nature unbridled. And we have to learn, like, we have to learn civility. We have to learn compassion. It's not inherent to our condition. Stealing is stealing whether or not a government exists. Yeah, that's true. But the government, like, that's the catch, right? Is that if the government makes laws about, there's a lot of context and situations where it's only okay when the government does it, right? It's murder if you kill somebody. It's war if the government does it, right? They have a monopoly on violence. That's what everyone always says whenever they want to describe it. The government, they created law and order, and now they get to capitalize on it. They're the only ones that can actually engage in violence and have it be acceptable, right? It's the way it is. And honestly, I can't take it away from them. The reason why we have a civilized society is because they have that monopoly on violence. It's because we know we'll get arrested and charged with a crime by the police that we typically don't commit crimes, right? So in a way, it's kind of like it's a necessary thing in order for good. The government kind of needs to have that power, but it's a tricky rub either way, right? Not an easy thing to think about. It's because of the government's unfair monopoly on violence that we have a world that's as peaceful as it is. It's a really funny thing to say, and this is the same government that engages in regular acts of corruption. And it doesn't matter which government you look at either, they all seem pretty much the same in their corruption, in their propensity to taint. This little patch right here is what I have issue with. This tiny little patch. It just seems too dark over here. Maybe I just need like one more lantern. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna put a lantern right here and then move that one up to the top and then move this one down more. That might be the solution I really need. So we're gonna start by moving this one. Well, we're gonna gather everything, and then we're gonna start. Yeah. I can place another lamp there to fill in the gap. Gets real fucking dark out here when we have none of them. Anyway, we almost don't even need a lamp here. That's pretty crazy. It's very light here. Just sticking that one on the wall seems to work, but we'll put this one. Yeah, we'll put this one right here. Okay. Any spare lanterns that we have, we're gonna want to use to illuminate that some more on the way up. So let's go down here, like right here, just about, and put down another. I have the wrong lantern on there. I think that's my gold one. No? Where's my gold lantern? That's just sitting around somewhere. Here it is. Okay. All right, and then we have another one right here. I am gonna need this oak, though. I could move the road, actually. That wouldn't be a bad idea. That would certainly solve the problem that we're having here. Of course, right? You don't want to be Islamophobic. Yeah. You have to let them stab you. It's part of their religion. And if peace is part of your Christian religion, then you're a bigot. Yeah, we're gonna move that road over. And that, I honestly think, will solve all of our problems. Let's hang this lantern right up here. Shit, I need more dirt. Yeah, I'm reaching my limit for the day. Like brain power wise. I'm trying to figure things out, but I don't have the same sort of intuition that I have first thing in the morning when I'm feeling fresh. Okay. Now I need to use the pantograph, convert all these to chisel blocks, paste the designs. Use this. Texture flip. And then rotate. All right, much better illumination right there. This is acceptable. And now we have to move the road right here. Let's eat. Fill this in. We've had this road here for a long time. This is definitely like an outside-the-box solution to the light distribution problem. I want that hill to be more lit up, so if we move that lantern over there, we will accomplish that. We already have, Lantern. Yeah, we need it to be like right around here. The light will still spread over there, but it'll also spread over here. Yeah, we'll put it like right here. Jesus, I can barely see. Okay. Rotate. Hang that. And we kind of dealt with it. Kind of. I could move this over a little bit more. Yeah. I could possibly even put it on the other side of the road. What the hell? I think we're missing a piece. There it is. Christ, it's dark. Okay. That there. Hang it. Rotate it. It's very close. I feel like we're getting close. Maybe I just move that over a few more tiles. This area is a little darker than I want it to be right here. I no longer have extra lanterns. All the lanterns that we've crafted are in use. Now, if I lower that, though, then the light level will stretch out a little further. I just gotta swap out some of this cobblestone underneath. Grab the pickaxe, and get busy. We're gonna bring the light down, and we're also gonna lower the soil over here so that the light stretches further and accomplishes more. And if I can't manage to make it work even with all this, then we're just gonna use our gold-plated lantern for this particular section, and that should fix everything up. All right, there we go. So this is how dark it is. We're gonna want the lantern to be like right here, maybe. Still pretty dark over there. Less dark over here. Let's try putting the gold lantern on it. The light does stretch further, perhaps far enough to make a difference. We're gonna move this over by 2 blocks and put the gold lamp on it. So we gotta put it right here. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, we have an acceptable light level everywhere. We just had to use the gold-plated lantern there. I might even be able to put this dirt back. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, we now have lampposts adorning all of our little areas here. We have a new road here. We're gonna need more path blocks in order to finish that road. Let's go get more. I wonder how the steel's looking right now. We'll go check it out really shortly. There we go. Honestly, this place is so well lit now that I could actually do a roundabout. If I really want to, then I can just put another path right here. We ended up, that gold lamp made all the difference. Those gold lamps are really powerful. Like, the light radius of 20 doesn't seem like much of an increase from a light radius of 18. But it's the fact that it also goes 2 blocks, like, up and down. It doesn't just add more to the light radius horizontally, it adds more to the light radius vertically. And I find that's what ends up making the biggest difference in the end. Let's eat. And let's go lay out these paths. Okay, yeah, I think that's totally acceptable. 100%, buddy. Let's go milk the fucking goat. We need to find halite in the next episode. I need to find some salt in order for us to start making cheese. We about to get fucking cheesy up in here. Let's head back in. We are freezing, but first let's go check on the cementation furnaces. Fuel is low. 87% complete. We're almost fucking done. Alright, we're not gonna top it up with fuel just because I don't think it actually needs a full top up. Let's get some sleep in our quality bed and pass as much time as possible. Alright. Let's go check on it. It's still smoking. 93% complete. I think there's enough fuel in there for it to finish. I don't think I need to add any more. We're gonna have 32 steel ingots when that's done, man. We might have to replace some blocks, but I kind of, you know, we saw that coming anyway. That's just par for the course, standard. I have 28 refractory bricks plus whatever bricks we get when we break the broken blocks. And that's if any blocks break. Oftentimes it finishes and none of them end up broken, right? Anyway, let's clean up the inventory. We've spent quite a while working on things, specifically base lighting, and we've earned a break from it. We have 40 liters of milk. It's only gonna last 20 days though, and it is getting warmer. It is now the 3rd of March, so we're gonna be out of winter pretty soon and having our second grow season. Alright, deposit the trough. We'll need it later. When it comes time to impregnate more goats. We need a lot of... Man, the dairy nutrition seems to go down really slowly. Interesting. We need to get our protein nutrition increased again. We're gonna have to increase it again. I'll keep that bowl of food on me until it is increased, and we're gonna also keep a bucket of milk on us. And I'm gonna have to eat some honeycombs. It's lactating, but not yet producing. Things are starting to look much better out here. I like this. I like it. Having the lampposts around, you know, it's a quality look for the base. Really nice. I don't know how I feel about this one right here. It just looks weird when you're coming up the stairs, but... Ooh, well, technically I can hang them there. Not even use the posts, but... Either way, we're alright. I might make a couple of lamp posts here later. Fuck, maybe I should just do it now. I don't want to forget. Okay. Grab the pantograph, convert all of these into chisel blocks, make the overhang, the peak, and the 3 poles. Texture flip all of them. Rotate. Damn, you don't even need a hammer for this stuff. I've been holding my hammer in the offhand the whole time, didn't even need it. Alright. Let's hang this right here. And then do the same thing on this side, right there. It does feel like it's poor taste to have lanterns this close to each other, but I'm kind of cool with it. Or I put it on this side. Then I don't need that one, and we put the other one on the other side over there. That's a good idea. Right on. Yeah, man. I may not need this one, but we can always rebuild it if we feel we need it. I don't know where the hell that lamppost piece went. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, I don't know. I'm not gonna... Oh, it's up there. It's fucking sitting up there. That was confusing me so much, dude. Fucking tightrope walking. Okay. Yeah, now we build another one on the other side. In fact, we have the poles right here. We can repurpose this one for the task. Okay. There. Now the lanterns are no longer going to be attached to the kilns, right? Which means if I have to repair certain blocks, then the lantern isn't just going to fall off and have to be replaced. Yeah, I like that. And this lantern's going to help with the darkness problem that we had over here. We are gonna need more lights down here. I can at least get started. I'll build one right here. We only need the one for now. Besides, we still have a spare lantern anyway, so we'll do one lamppost down here to help. Yeah, just to sort of illuminate this area. Nice, I don't even need to rotate them. They're gonna be in the correct axis by default. Texture flip. And hang it up. There we go. And I still have a lantern for personal use. Yeah, our next task, everything is good everywhere. There's only one more thing I might want to do over there on that side of the house, and that's like redo the roof of the beehive area, but we need to build the boathouse pretty soon. That's like the next item on the agenda is the boathouse itself. Deposit QP's chisel, as well as the hammer and the pantograph. Rough cut chisel. Equip those. I'm gonna need a new weapon, but we're gonna have a steel falx blade very soon. Let's deposit the wood, as well as the grain. Flax grain. I might intentionally cause this to rot. Let's continue to increase our dairy score. It goes up pretty slowly, but it is what it is. It is more max health if I get it up. And it seems like our dairy nutrition goes down pretty slow. It takes a while to accumulate it, but it also takes a while to lose it. At least that's what it looks like to me at a glance. Yeah, let's hydrate all of this. Oh, we have to grind it. Okay, fair enough. Let's hook up the quern. Okay. %. If we slept one more time, that would finish. Hello, old fart. Welcome, buddy. We are doing pretty good, man. We are doing pretty good. Having a great day. The base work continues, and things are looking wonderful. How are you doing? Winter number 2? No, we're still in winter number 1, but we are on the tail end of winter number 1. We're about to finish our first batch of steel. Carburization process complete on both of them. All right, we can break it to receive the blister steel. Beautiful. We do have some broken blocks, however, that we're gonna have to repair. Unfortunately, looks like we got quite a few broken ones. Let's begin. Right here. Okay. Right there. Hell yeah, buddy, we got some blister steel. That is beautiful. For some reason, we're also getting the charcoal back. Maybe that's normal. Anyway, let's go down and see if any of the gratings got damaged. No, the gratings seem fine. All right, let's repair these and start the next batch. And in the next episode, we can start forming the steel, which is awesome, right? Okay. I don't know how many blocks we need. So we're just gonna make 3 batches, and see if that's enough for the repairs that we have to do. Put that right there. Replace this block and that one. All right, this one is good. It's put back together again. Humpty Dumpty's functional. And then put a block right there. And right here. I think that's it for the repairs that we have to do. We're ready for the next batch. You want to see the day's labor's old fart? Want to see what we've been working on today? This is our steel area right here. We built it into the existing path. We have a path that goes all the way around our base now. We can go in here to change the fuel while making the steel, right? We have 2 steel furnaces, of course. And then, you know, the road continues this way. And we have the same sort of setup here with our beehive kiln for clay forming, right? We can go up the stairs, put stuff in there. Really nice. And then the road continues. We successfully terraformed all of this today. So now it looks like a natural hill. And it's all filled in on the inside with stone so that monsters can't spawn there. Yeah, we have a path that goes all the way down. We're gonna build a boathouse for our boat. And other than that, we built a whole bunch of lamp posts such as this one, which are serving the purpose of illuminating our base. See, another one right there, another one there, a whole bunch down there. We made a circular road right there so I can actually loop around. We successfully got our first batch of milk today, and I'm still working on this, but it's this right here. I can put firewood in there and make charcoal in there. And over here, this is for clay burning, right? We got a little torch hanging there and everything. Yeah, it's going good, buddy. It's going really good. Now, what am I putting here? I think just cobblestone, right? I still have one more refractory brick. Let's put it in here. Yeah, it's been a crazy episode. All right, now let's grab 32 more iron, a whole bunch of charcoal and black coal. And let's get this all set up. Structure is not complete. 0 tile. Oh, here. Okay, I missed a brick. Well, good. We have one more. Fair enough. That one was hard to see. We didn't get that much of a refund for it. Which I guess is alright. 1 block is... Oh, okay, yeah, there shouldn't be any snow in there. Okay. We're ready to fire it up now. Oh, we have to put the lid over it. Of course. All right. Now we just use the black coal for this. I agree, Fatrick. I agree so much, buddy. I totally agree. Yeah. I feel like Hytale it's really hyped. It's a very accessible game, right? Like, it's easier for someone to get into Hytale than it is for someone to get into Vintage Story. But I feel like Vintage Story has the better mechanics. It's like the more rich gameplay experience, right? Both games are early access, but I don't think I can enjoy Hytale because I've already been spoiled by Vintage Story. Okay, the carburization process has begun. We're making a second batch of steel. So you're watching The Bachelor at 10? At 9? Until 10. Okay, so it's still a while away. 10 to 8. All right, so this first batch of steel that we have right here, we're gonna make a bunch of tools out of this. Not too many, but we're gonna work on our plate armor after I have a good supply, a good library of tools. We'll store them all in here for now. We really don't have that much wind to go around, but I can still get some work done. Anyway, we can start turning this into rot. Yeah, let's grab that. Disconnect this so we can hook up the Helve Hammer. The Helve Hammers are swinging. All right, now we have to hydrate the flour to make flax dough. That flax dough is gonna spoil. And it's gonna give us some rot. We just gotta keep it in here until it spoils. All right, these are ready. Grab the tongs and the hammer. We can keep all of this steel at a workable temperature very easily with just one coal. It's already hot, so getting it, like, bumping up the heat takes a lot less coal than making it go from room temperature to hot, right? Alright. In order to reshape this, I need that. There we go. And let's begin. So we're gonna start by making a steel hammer for like long-term smithing. The durability of steel tools is nuts. We're not gonna need anything other than the steel hammer for a good long time. Now we're gonna make a steel pickaxe. We made it to the Steel Age before the end of our first winter, boys. That is amazing. I've definitely gotten a lot better at this. Alright, next thing we have to make is another Falk's blade. A Guy Fawkes blade. Let's eat. Alright, these always take a while to make. They're pretty annoying to forge, but they're definitely worth it. And I'm probably gonna try to make a shield in this playthrough. We can make a steel shield and really see if we like it. You know, see if it has use. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that you can't use a lantern in your offhand and a shield in your offhand. They're mutually exclusive. Alright, the metal's cooling down, but we're gonna finish the Falk's blade before it's too cool to keep working it. And then we'll heat up the rest of these ingots and make more shit. Nice. So I still have an iron prospecting pick. I don't need another one of those. Doing good on those tools right there. We're good on almost everything. I made a hammer, Falk's blade, pickaxe. At this stage, I'd like to make a shield, so I'm gonna need a boss and a chain, I think, like a hoop. And a shovel. I need a shovel and an axe. Let's heat these up. All right. Now we have to make the steel boss. I'm the steel boss. Oh, what happened there? Huh. All right, so you just have to do that. Fair enough. Okay, now we gotta trim the fat off of this ingot. Rotate it. Beautiful. Now we need a hoop. And this thing is kind of annoying to make. I wonder if I would benefit from making a bridge all the way across. Like right from the middle. I might actually try that. I've never done it before and I usually don't want to risk it, but if it ends up making an easier, like, if it ends up giving me an easier time, then why the hell not, right? We need more milk. Just drink it. Yeah, try to get that dairy nutrition up. I'm above 30 HP. Look at that. All right, if I remove that, then I'll actually be able to move these ones. Which will make the rest of it easier to complete. Honestly, I would probably endeavor to build a bridge down the middle again. That was quite useful. Let's clear this. I need an axe and a shovel now. Hey, old fart, I don't know if you saw it, buddy, but maybe like 5 minutes ago, I took you through everything that we did for the day. I don't know if you saw it, though. Yeah, let's make a new shovel and a new axe. I could take you through everything again. Yeah, I showed you like everything that we had built and everything that we were working on, everything we had done. Axe. There we go. Okay, we have the shovel, we have the axe, we have the falx blade. I also have a pickaxe, a hoop, and a boss for the shield. Yeah, so far so good. Do I think all AAA games should be voice acted? I think the problem with AAA games is that they're all voice acted. Because how much of the budget has to go toward paying the voice actors and can't go toward like a bigger team of programmers to do things like bug fixes or even creative directors, right? I feel like every AAA studio needs a Hideo Kojima at the helm more than it needs a voice actor. Right? And I feel like the industry doesn't pay creative directors enough anymore. And if it does, it only pays activists rather than people who actually want to make good games. What do we make with the last one? I could just make a second falx blade. Make sure that we're covered. I think I'll do that. Okay, there we go. Very nice. Let's make these tools. I'm really excited to try out the shield. It does suck that it's mutually exclusive with the lantern, but the shield could be pretty dope. Anyway, we'll do our due diligence and finish breaking the old tools that we have before we start using the new ones. Let's go deposit these. Shit. Cool it down. All right, take care for now, old fart. We'll see you in a little bit, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. All right. Yeah, we'll finish off this sword. Let's craft our steel hammer. That's gonna get amazing mileage. We'll start using that once the iron one is broken. And let's craft our shield. There is like a leather reinforced, right? I wonder if it's truly better. Either way, we need leather planks and then the boss and the chain. So I think it goes like this and then that with the chain up here. Okay. Leather reinforced wooden shield. That doesn't seem as good as a steel shield. Like it works. Hang on. Let me compare these here. See, I can make like an actual steel shield. That's like pure shield, right? 470, that's 570, 120%, 90 and 20%, 5 HP when blocked. So, but that requires the plates. So there's two types of shield, right? The one with the plate has 100 more durability, but the blocking barely gets better. So I think I'll just make this one, the leather reinforced wooden shield with the steel plating and stuff. Yeah. And if I crouch, I enter active blocking mode. Could be useful. I don't really need to carry the spear on me much anymore. I'll keep it, but I'll keep it in the bag instead of on my character's hotbar. Store the steel shovel as well as the steel axe. And we have a backup Falk's blade for later. Let's go check on the steel carburization. Cool, listen to me, Captain Science over here. The enmetalling process. All right, it's time to eat again. Our dairy nutrition is almost completely full. Okay, now it pretty much is. Let's eat this meat stew. Grab another bowl. Yeah, we can have over 30 health at all times as long as I just stay on top of the milk. And we need to try to figure out, I need halite, I need salt in order to make pickled vegetables, which will allow me to make cheese, apparently. But we need pickled vegetables to do it, so. All right, we got more milk? No? Basically, the game lets you fail over and over again, but also continue trying over and over again to get the milk. Okay, we got it. Yeah, fair enough. That milk's only gonna last for 19 more days. But we do have a second female, and that female is generation 2, so let's hydrate all of this flour so that we can start spoiling it. More rot means more compost means a better garden. Kind of. Okay, got that there now. Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for it to get nice and room temperature. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I love you, sweetie. Alright, we're depositing all of our flax grain right there. and then we can move this back. Yeah, the flax grain can be hidden behind that. No problem. And this is just a spare vessel, really. We can put that anywhere for any purpose. Well, I may as well store my, like, honestly, right? If I can declutter the door over here, it'd be nice. Let's put this in there. Yeah, that looks a lot cleaner. I like it. Fair enough. Let's put this flax in there. It'll grind down. We can start spoiling it. We have nothing in our carried chest. Let's strap it to our back. I'm still sitting on 24 steel, which is a start for our steel armor. It's a start. I have another reed chest here. Is there anywhere that I feel like I need a chest? Possibly over here. Possibly. But for now, we'll just deposit it. Doesn't really seem too necessary at the moment. Now, let's get up here and let's try to continue working on the windows a little bit. We wanted to do a more special design on the midway point, like this right here. I could do that, technically. We'll try it. Doesn't really work. Not unless I go like this. I don't know. We'll have to figure out a different design. Something that we can fit within like 6 spaces. Grab all the glass. Same with this glass over here. Dollars to donuts, there's glass out here on the roof. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Maybe I could just do 4 of these small windows. And then make more lanterns for it. There's a gap of 8 up there. Yeah, I've been procrastinating this for too long. We should try to figure something out. This design here in the middle can be up to 6 blocks tall. Whatever it is, it can be 6 blocks tall. That might do. I don't know, it looks a little weird at the bottom there. How it, like, is longer on the bottom. But how it looks from the outside is the ultimate thing. Oh. That might work. Let's go check that out from down below. If we like it, then we'll do it on every other side. Does look kind of weird, doesn't it? How do I change that to make it look special? Let's just try to make it a little bit more ornate. I have a limited amount of glass, but I can always make more if I feel like more would make the difference. I like the acoustics in here, it's a pretty cool touch. How does that look from out there? We gotta eat. I'm gonna eat majority honey. We need to crank up our fruit nutrition now. It's been a while. You know what? That doesn't look bad. I think that looks pretty dope, actually. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still an 8-block gap there. And then we'll do the same thing with that window also. It is going to be expensive to do that on every side, but it'll be the cleanest, best windmill that we've ever made. Cleanest, best pleasure, I would say. Yeah, I thought that too. Oh my god. It's the cleanest, best pleasure, I would say. White chocolate. Eminem's gay cousin. Oh, that's so funny, dude. At the same time, yeah. Hang on, how does it look? So there's the center point, and then you literally just do a 1-block gap between the center point and everything else. So there's the center point. Now we just need a 1-block gap between that and everything else. But I think the center has to actually be glass. I'm not really... Oh god, I'm fucking derping. I should just take a picture of the fucking thing. So the exact center is indeed glass. Okay. And we just have to checkerboard it. The center is glass, checkerboard everything. That's it. The center is glass. Now we checkerboard. Alright, I think that's it. Let's go grab everything. Oh, hello there, gamer fam. Hello. It's good to see ya. Are window panes a thing or just blocks? You can do window pane. You just have to chisel. You can chisel like glass blocks to no end. Yeah. And you can also line these with lead. There's special lead glass blocks that you can make. These, leaded glass pane. Yeah. $124 hours? God damn. I would have gone straight to pizza after that. All right, now that looks good. /GMC. Oh my god, you are not gonna be... Okay, you know what? He's ignoring me because of the creative. I have to count this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have to lower the design. Wait, 1, 2... Well, yeah, I kind of... It looks like I fucked up. Unless this is too high, but... 6... 6, 7... 7... That is so weird. Well, the size is all off now. I have to move it down by 1. Yeah, gotta move it down. So basically, whatever it is, I have to lower it. Every part. This ladder is pretty slow, man. All right. Why would I have to lower it, though? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's a 7-block gap right there. And an 8-block gap right there. That is so fucking weird. But all right, I'll go with it. I'm going in creative. I'm going in creative to build this, because honestly, it's just getting annoying. Yeah. I'm too tired, too exhausted from just playing this all day, where it's like now I don't have the regular intuition that I usually have. So I'm just gonna, yeah. It's really annoying. Like, I'm spending more time climbing ladders than I am actually building, so. The middle block is glass, fair enough. And there has to be an 8-block gap between the top and the first glass block. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-block gap, and then glass, glass. Right. Let's get in here. I'll stand right here. Survival mode. Oh my god. Okay. So that's 8 blocks now. And then the glass, we go down by 2, down by 2. There's got to be glass right there, which means there's got to be cobblestone right here. And then glass right there, cobblestone right here. More cobblestone there. And here. And then put that there. Okay, I think it's copacetic now. It's about fucking time. Let's get over there. Yeah, I went up and down this ladder like 4 times and I was getting so sick of it. Hell, more than 4 by this point. All right, now we just have to do our block count. Make sure it's symmetrical, and then we'll, you know, if we have a design, it'll be easy to replicate. We can do it to the other windows, and then as long as it's evenly spaced, we could have another design in the middle. It will have to be a different design though. /GMC. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, perfect. They have adequate spacing. And now all we have to do is do something with that middle part. I don't have that much more glass, mind you, but... I'm gonna sleep. I can afford to sleep a lot more now, and I honestly should, because that's what's gonna make the steel finish faster. Okay. I can make more lanterns anytime for this. And more glass. I like those designs. So I have to keep these dimensions. That is the only obvious part. Okay. The fact that this is an uneven number does make it a lot harder to come up with something good. Or no, this is an even number. Yeah, that's the difficulty. Maybe, yeah, there's no midpoint. Honestly, I might just do a third one of those. Or, I don't know. Like, Let's get over there and try to grab up as much of that glass as I can. Being very careful not to just plummet off of the scaffolding to my death. Be a shitty way to go. Internal bleeding after falling. Massive internal injuries. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of figuring out a shape to this that might work. Put that there, and then glass right here. Fill these in. All right, I think that'll do. I might even be able to checkerboard it. There is no exact center point, though. That's the issue. Let's just go down, grab all of our glass, and then take a look at it from the outside. See if it looks acceptable. Like, just something passable. Any form of ornamentation, right? That's spaced properly with the other ones. It is spaced properly. I do kind of like having the larger window, to be honest with you. Maybe I'll open up the other ones too. How much glass? I have 8. All right, so I think we pretty much have our window template figured out. I would much prefer it if these were all the same. But there's even numbered spacing, which makes it, like, there's 44 blocks from there all the way to the base right there. And that's made it very hard to work with. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll just do a funky ass plus sign or something. Oh, hey, hang on. I have a design in mind. We'll see. All right. Well, take care for now, Triro. Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit. It's been wonderful to chill with you today. One of our pieces of glass plummeted, but that's all right. We got all but one. Okay. Yeah, something like that. All right, let's go down there and let's take a look at this fucking monstrosity we've created and see see how it looks. Oh god, that looks so weird. It's contemporary, they say. Alright, take care for now, gamer fam. Thank you very much for stopping by to say hello. It was wonderful to see you, and I hope that your shift flies by today as fast as it can. It looks okay, honestly. It doesn't look as stupid as I thought it would. Does look pretty fucking stupid. I won't take that away from you, but maybe it would look better if I inverted the glass with the cobblestone. I don't know. But anything is that's what I really like about making steel, is that any way you can occupy your time while the steel is being produced is a valid way of occupying your time. You know what I mean? It's literally just killing time until your steel is done. That's what's going on here. So. Now, I can theoretically change the top and the bottom to add like one more design. Maybe I need to go like as basic as possible for this window in order for it to work. Like as basic as possible, you know? The measurement's gonna be wrong on that. I already know the measurement is wrong, but let's eat some pie. I need some vegetable and grain nutrition. Okay. Yeah, there's a 7-block gap right there, so I need to raise it by one more. God, why couldn't I just add one more block of height to all of my windmill? If there was one more block of height and it was an odd number, it would be so easy to do with an odd number. But having a height of 44 has made it much more difficult. Anyway, I do like the bottom and the top windows. I'm just conflicted about the middle one. I might even just get rid of the middle one entirely. Honestly, I don't know for sure yet, but let's put this lantern right here. Add that light. Yeah, I like it. The only thing I don't like, which I can't fix, unfortunately, is how dark these pillars are right here. It's like the one thing I can't do anything about, but... Eat your din. I'm 5 years old. We're cool with it. I love you too. Let's see how much light still gets through here when I remove the window and I just have a wall. I'm just gonna put the rammed earth here for a second. Now let's go look at it. Yeah, I don't have enough cobblestone to seal that up, so. Do I have more cobblestone? Like, yeah, I do. All right, yeah, the light doesn't really get through when you don't have a window there. Maybe I'll just do the fucking cross, huh? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there should be 6 blocks between that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Maybe I'll put a big capitalized T. Tomville. Hey, what about that? No, it wouldn't line up right. Let's eat. Maybe I'll just go really simple and go like this. The top and the bottom, they have very like simple geography or very simple geometry, right? It's just like a diamond essentially. So maybe in the middle I need to have something that's more square. Proceeds to immediately try something harder. Let's see. The big T. Maybe I gotta just bite the bullet, eh, Seven? I gotta just do a big T or something. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna do a big T. I can't keep looking at this anymore. I hate it. I fucking hate it. But we're gonna do a big T. It's fucking annoying. Maybe I'll do like the box. Just something like this, you know? That gives good light penetration. Oh shit. I have to refund that glass. Okay, there we go. I don't care how bad it is, that's probably what we're gonna live with, because I'm honestly tired of working on it. Maybe it's like in the shape of an anchor, and it can be like, this base is the anchor of our home. But we're just gonna narrow the anchor part. That is one thing I can do. It shouldn't be so wide, because the top one and the bottom one don't go all the way to the wall. So we grab these, put that there, go like this, same up here. Oh, right. Oh, almost walked right over the ledge. All right. All right, there we go. There we fucking go. And no matter how bad it looks, we live with it anyway. Yeah, buddy. It doesn't look necessarily bad. It's just, if it was an odd number, it would be so much easier to get a very beautiful symmetrical thing, right? But you know what? That actually does not look so terrible. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Yeah, let's make more glass so that we can do the rest of it after. We'll move this out of the way. The middle has to be glass, and we have to fan out the rest. Let's go check on the coal. Yeah, we have 8 pieces of glass. It isn't much. We can't accomplish much with it, but... That's what I did wrong. I moved it up when I built that. That's why I had to move everything. Fair enough. I'm just gonna do another check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're good. Now we just replicate. So that's glass. This becomes cobblestone. And then that's glass, that's glass. We just kind of do a big star. Very easy. I wish the other windows were this easy. The odd number is what's making it easy to do this. Done. Like, just like that, we have a beautiful window here. It took nothing at all. All right. That's it, huh? There's no glass out here? Might be glass over there, actually. Yeah, I can finish this one. I'm gonna need a lantern here, though. We can craft a lot of lanterns. We have the supplies. Let's finish this window, and then we'll start making more glass, and we'll make more lanterns. Don't need many. All right. I don't know how much glass we need, but we'll do 3 bloomeries. Actually, we'll do 5. Because the last thing I want is to not have enough glass. I'd rather have some left over than not have enough for the task in the first place. Okay. Grab the charcoal. I really don't have that much quartz. We have 7 quartz chunks. 28 clear quartz. Yeah, we're pretty fucking low. We channeled all of it into crushed quartz is the problem. So... Oh, you can smelt crushed quartz in a bloomery to get the same result. It's cool. We're gonna have less for refractory bricks, but... Can't really do this last one. We wasted bricks, but that's okay. Let's get these going. Honestly, I couldn't tell you, Butter. I couldn't tell you. I think I'll be okay to just join it as is. Alright, let's just allow all of this to become rot over time. I have 4 candles, but a shit. Oh, wow. We're gonna want a lot of lanterns, as many as we can make, really. So let's just designate, now that we have all of our torch holders placed. Okay, I can make 4. I can make 4 lanterns, which is perfect, because we have 4 candles left. Yeah, don't worry about it, buddy. I'm just gonna hop into the server as is. When I eventually do. We need more fruit nutrition. We're getting pretty low on honeycombs. I have 14 left. But nutrition-wise, we're doing good. It does seem like your dairy nutrition goes down really slowly. It looks that way to me, at least right now, you know? We will need more quartz eventually. I just burned through a whole bunch of it, making the glass that we need. But it is what it is. let's close the doors so I don't get harassed while I'm working on this. In fact, these are gonna help me work on it. All right. I'll help them out so they get it done faster. And let's go grab the clear quartz and the candles. And let's go milk the goat. All right, there we go. We got milk. Let's top up that dairy nutrition and then deposit the rest. Okay, there we go. Now we sleep and we wake up and all that glass will be done. And then we'll go refuel our steel making process. Mr. T, I pity the fool who has bad windows. Aw, that's stupid. God, it fucking cooled off on me. All right, let's grab this. Anyway, the glass is done. Let's grab it. Workable temperature is achieved. All right, there we go. We have more lanterns. Let's move this so it doesn't make noise anymore. And let's go work on those windows. There we go. Finishes building the last window. Falls and dies. All right. All right, that window's done. Oh, there's a little bit of overhang when you're falling. Oh, that's crazy. Like if you're moving forward when you start falling, you'll keep moving forward even if you let go of W. That's scary shit. There's like momentum built in, you know? That Temporal Storm is like just about to happen. Hopefully we're safe here. There is like a respectable amount of light in this area. We will certainly see, won't we? I ain't going down. If I'm working on windows, then I'm working on windows. We ain't stopping for shit. Anyway, what's really crazy is I don't even have enough glass to finish this. Like, we're still gonna need more fucking glass. I can at least make sure that if I retreat here to the house, there's not a bunch of monsters in it. Okay. All right, I have 8 glass. Which is crazy. I was really hoping I would have more than that, you know? I was hoping we'd make more progress than this. Let's eat. But, I guess it was always inevitable we would have to just mine for more quartz. Which is fine. That's it. That's all we have. So we're gonna have to continue working on these windows later. These center windows are quite costly. Indeed. But I do have more lanterns available now. There we go. We have more light on the base there. What? Yo, I blocked that and I still took full damage. Oh, that's crazy. That's such a bad omen. Yeah, shields are shitty in this game because you can't just block damage. When you block, there's always a chance that the enemy's attack will go through your block. Always. And deal full damage. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's one of those instances where, like, it's so realistic that it's actually detrimental to the game. Right? And I am hoping that the dev will tweak shields because they're functionally useless right now. They really just turn combat into a gamble. When you dodge an attack, you know it won't hurt you. When you block an attack, there's no guarantee and it might actually just hurt you anyway. And I feel like that's so ass backwards, right? Why would you block an attack and have a 10% chance of taking full damage when you can just try to walk out of the way, right? In essence, they've made shields completely useless. They cannot be used. They're pointless. It's literally like a fool's errand to try and use one, because you have a 100% chance to avoid damage if you step to the left, and a 90% chance of getting damaged if you block. You know? It's just a really stupid decision. Let's go fill this up. All right, 39% complete on that batch. Let's eat. And even when you successfully block, some damage always gets through. It looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. Well, there is a delay between what I do and what you see. There's built-in latency to the stream. It's by design. Basically, when I do something, you see that I did it like 15 seconds after. Yeah, that's normal. It's like 15 seconds to 20 seconds. What does that look like anyway? It doesn't remove all the darkness from the pillars, so I don't think I'm gonna bother doing that. Let's heal up, and then we have to have some meat stew for our next nutrition. Maybe it got worse. Cause honestly, if I show you guys the back end of YouTube, there's only supposed to be a latency of like 20 seconds, but maybe ever since Google started dabbling in AI and hoarding like RAM for it, right? Like you know, maybe now the delay is even worse. I do like that window design. I think it looks good. We just gotta finish putting it together. Holy shit. I sure did get brave once I got tailored gambus and armor. Let's make some linen cloth. Apparently I can use it to repair my armor. Oh, I need plain cloth. Fair enough. Let's craft it then. This is gonna be for repairing my gear over time. Alright, our armor is looking good. We touched up on it. Let's deposit the flax fibers. The fibers fuse to the hair. Yeah, the shield really seems like a dud, like a wasted item in the game. Well, there's zero latency options for streamers. There is zero latency options, but it depends on the streamer having really good internet to do it, like fiber optic level of internet. However, well, that's what I'm wondering is there no longer a zero latency option because of like YouTube not wanting to allocate that data toward it? All right, it's finally spring. Our bees are going to be producing soon, which is good because we barely had enough honey to get through winter. 50% complete on our second full batch of steel. We still have a shitload of crushed bauxite, a stack of crushed olivine, 16 refractory bricks, but only 4 crushed quartz. We need more crushed quartz for sure. God, I've killed like at most 2 bears in this playthrough. I never find any bears. It's crazy. Anyway, it's bright and early in the morning. I am going to hop on my boat. And we are gonna try and locate both fire clay and more quartz at the same time on a different island. I don't have a boathouse yet. I still have to craft a boathouse. But you know, the base is looking good. We just need to continue working on the windows. We're gonna go down to this island right here and we're gonna look for quartz and black coal. Oh, Toast, hello, buddy. Hello. It's good to see you. I didn't see you there. Your messages were diluted in the others. Yeah, I'm happy to see you, buddy. No, Patrick, this game is not on Steam. There's a link in the description that you can follow if you want to buy it. And for some reason, de facto, when you called me Tim, I actually liked it. Sometimes I wish my name was Tim. We need sea monsters. We need krakens in this game that can just sort of sink your boat and fuck you up. That would be cool. Man, we're in the pluses now. It's actually getting warm enough to be in the pluses weather-wise. That's good. I'm just teasing you, de facto. I'm teasing you, buddy. All right, let's mark the boat. Make sure I don't lose it. Dump the water. God, I brought 4 slices of pie. Smooth. Yeah, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. There's no coal here. There's quartz literally everywhere. All right, let's get going. I'm getting some pretty bad frame rate issues. I don't think I've logged out of the game all day for 9 hours, which would explain quite a bit of choppiness. Let's do like a close and reopen of the game. Hang on. Isn't a phobia defined as an irrational fear? Because I feel like being afraid of giant sea creatures, no. Yeah, you don't have thalassophobia. You have a reasonable fear of sea monsters. Like, I feel like if there's anything that's appropriate to be afraid of, it's totally like sea monsters. Can you imagine like the Jaws thing, right? Like, you're just chilling in the middle of the ocean, fucking great white shark comes and slams on your boat, like... Nothing. Alright, I'm gonna research coal. It might be limited to certain biomes. Coal will never appear in or beneath layers of granite, andesite, or peridotite rock. That explains things. That's why it feels like I either see a lot of it or I see none of it. That makes perfect sense, actually. So we're probably not likely to find it here. That does totally explain why I've never been finding it. No, I'm still getting a little bit of frame choppiness. I think it's the forest. I think forests are just really performance hungry, right? I can't really see the color of all the terrain. But maybe we'll go check over here. I can stop by at home and try to grab some food. Well, yeah, but no, look. Phobia definition. Look, an extreme or irrational fear of or an aversion to. Wow, that's polar. So on the one hand, it's extremely irrational. On the other hand, it's just an aversion to something. What the fuck? But yeah, no, the definition of phobia is an extreme and irrational fear, and I don't think it's extreme or irrational to be afraid of the deep sea. I've always had a problem with the term phobia. Because it's like, typically fears aren't irrational. You don't have fallophobia if you're afraid of falling off a cliff. You know what I mean? Like... fucking pyrophobia, you know? Like, it's reasonable to be afraid of fire. What are we even talking about? Man, look at our house on the horizon, eh? It'll look better when the windows are done, but that does look pretty dope. This is a magnificent place to live. I don't think I have any more pie. So instead, I'll take 5 of these. And I'll take my ceramic meat stew here. I'll also take a bucket of milk. I may as well sail to where we're going. How long have I been streaming? 10 hours, 42 minutes. Yeah, there's nothing irrational in my mind about it. And I feel like at this point, phobia's become like a word that pisses me off because everyone's always saying transphobic and, you know, shit like that. I hate the word phobia off principle. Bear. Is there a phobia of phobias? An irrational fear of irrational fears? I guess that's courage. Yeah, right on. We did find anthracite and black coal over there. Like, there is coal in this area. We could check further up the coast, maybe, and see what we can see. Yo, look at those fucking antlers, dude. That's sick. Mount those on your wall. Phobia. Oh my fucking god. There is phobophobia. That's ridiculous. People have too much time on their hands fucking making up these things. I have phobia. I have a phobic fear of being phobic toward phobias. God. That has my pronouns are Z, Zim, Zers energy. What is that? Let's mark the boat. Yeah, this is claystone. But there's still no good shit here. But I guess wherever this patch of claystone is, we at least have a chance of finding coal. Bituminous coal is 38 blocks away. "31 blocks away. Well, it can't be over there, because it doesn't appear in andesite. "27. Let's go over there. "24 blocks away. "22. And still 22. Let's grab some water. "18. Still 18 blocks away. "17. 15. 14. So it's going to be lower than we currently are. "9. With anthracite being 32 blocks away. I'm gonna go grab some water though, because we might decide to continue looking for the anthracite. Let's eat. I'll have a couple of honeycombs, a couple of drinks of milk, and that'll do for now. Well, there's the coal. There's no telling whether or not we'll find fire clay underneath it. You don't always, but we can try. Either way, we need the coal itself at this stage. And I'm excited because right as soon as we break this iron pickaxe, we'll get to start using the steel one. It'll be like activating fucking turbo speed. That's a shitload of cracked stone up there. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, cracked stone is really good at falling on you, even when you don't make any mining mistakes. Oh, yeah. This is fast. Steel pickaxe, buddy. We finally got it going. Fuck is that? Lead? We'll grab some of it. After we're done with this, we'll try to track down that anthracite, I think. Anthracite's usually in very small deposits, but there is a chance we could find a little bit of fire clay underneath it, right? We don't need much, we only need a little bit. And I'm too fucking lazy to do the calcine flint route. Welcome back, Triro, welcome back, buddy. Oh no, I'll totally, 100%, Chris, I will 100% make fun of somebody with fears, yeah. Like, if somebody's afraid of clowns, it's like, haha, loser. You know, like, straight up it is. I'll be that guy. If you don't want to be that guy, that's fine. I will be that guy for you. I will laugh at ridiculous fears, you know? I'll also, while I'm at it, laugh at whoever has sexual intercourse with their car. I will totally be that guy for all of us. You know how Jesus died on the cross for our sins? Like, I will laugh at the misfortune of retards. I'll be that guy. I'll be like the dark laugh at retard Christ, you know? 100%. I will fill that niche. I recognize a void in our social circle, which I can fill. Hippopotomonstrosquidiliophobia. Jesus Christ, that's aptly named. A fear of long words. I got a hot take for you guys, and you guys probably aren't gonna like it. I don't think autism is anything more than damage to the brain caused by chemicals found in, well, baby food, for one. Two, like chemicals in processed food, right? Pregnant mothers eat chemically comprised processed foods, which then alters the baby's neurological development in the womb, right? I don't think autism is a genetic thing. I think it's purely environmentally induced. And I just think science hasn't caught up with that yet. And I also think that a lot of people, like, it's become fashionable to have autism. So you see a lot of, kind of like transgenderism, right? It's a social contagion. Okay, we got some lead. Oh, the steel pickaxe is so nice, dude. I can mine so much faster. God, this is a chunky ass vein. We're doing great here, man. Let's just keep going. It's Victim Olympics, I think. It's just Victim Olympics, right? Everybody wants... Life is hard, and a lot of people, instead of earning respect, they want to receive, like, pity or compassion. I think that's what causes the social contagion stuff. It's like a shortcut to getting attention from other people that's mildly positive. People where they don't want to earn respect, they just resort to like, oh, I have this retarded condition. Therefore, I deserve retarded brownie points, you know? I'm non-binary. We're all fucking binary. Sex is the oldest fucking... somebody said it the other day. Sex is the oldest binary known to man. It's like... Yeah. All right, let's get a reading. Bituminous coal 13 blocks away. I have no idea where it is. Bituminous coal 6. 1. Okay. I'd like to clean this place out if I can. And then potentially find another bituminous coal vein somewhere else. Okay, we actually completely cleared this out, and there's no bituminous coal nearby. 13 blocks away on that anthracite. 9 blocks away over here. Ten. 8. Okay, it's actually above us. We need to dig up from here. You know what? Back when we used to beat kids, nobody had autism. Make America beatings again. Alright, anthracite is 7 blocks away. 5 blocks away. I really hope we find some fucking fire clay, dude. That's water, unfortunately. Gonna make it pretty hard to do what we gotta do. 9 blocks away. Two blocks away. Hello everyone, I am trans. Give me attention, please. Yeah. Honestly, the ones who actually believe it are even scarier. I'm gonna try to clear out some of this preemptively, and then replace it with dirt. All right. Imagine believing that God makes mistakes. That everything you are, everything you were formed to be, like your whole existence is just a one big flaw that you need scientific medical interventions to fix. Like, imagine the self-hatred that they must feel. You gotta hate yourself to a particularly, like, vicious extent to believe that, you know? Alright, I don't think there's anything else here. We got the anthracite, and sadly, we didn't find much else. And I'm not really sure if we can find any more bituminous coal here. I would like to try, but I'm not sure that we'll manage. Over here? Alright, let's go. I don't think we're finding much else here. Bituminous coal. 25 blocks away. Alright. Fair enough. "23 blocks away. "22. Still 22. So I think this is where we start going that way. Let's make sure I don't drown myself here. Previous reading was 22. This reading is 25. We're further. $26. $18. That's the way, right there. And it just so happens that there's quartz here. Maybe I should try to gather some of this. Yeah, if I can get a whole bunch of quartz, then that's another thing banged out that we need. We need more glass to finish our windmill, but I also need more glass just to make the crushed quartz for refractory bricks. Theoretically, technically, if I decided to take a saw, if I was to use a saw on my glass, I could get like twice as much of it. I wanted whole windows, but maybe I'll just saw the glass. And then whatever quartz we get here, we'll just use for crushed quartz for refractory bricks. Yeah, I could easily finish my windows if I just took a saw to the glass blocks and made slabs instead with them. But if we don't find refractory bricks, or sorry, if we don't find any fire clay, none of that matters. So we'll try really hard to find some here. Holy shit. All right. Let's eat. I'm just gonna keep on gathering the quartz, I think, until it's no longer a 2-block high wall. All right. Bituminous coal is 15 blocks away, where previously it was 18. We're getting there. $11 blocks away. $7. Come on, fire clay. Please let me have fire clay. It'd be one hell of a productive day if we got some. $6 blocks away. $11. Oh, that's where we're gonna find it, inside that clay. Yeah, 1 block away. It might be above us, actually. Oh, here it is. Unfortunately, it looks like it's another vein without fire clay, which is kind of annoying. But we always need more black coal, and I may as well grab it now. The more we get now, the less I have to worry about it later where our steel production is concerned. Oh, buddy. We're not digging that way anymore. I can get more quartz on the way back. We almost have 256. And we can dedicate all of it to crushed quartz instead of making glass out of it. Like I said, we'll just saw some glass slabs. Alright, there we go. Let's get out of here. Sucks about the fire clay. Anyway, I marked my boat up there. Let's get back to it. I don't have long before I have to end the stream due to encoding limitations. I've been live for 11 hours and 15 minutes. We have to stop before the 12-hour mark. At best, that leaves me a little bit of time to go check one more place for... fucking fire clay. I guess we'll just pick any place along this coast and go down, because I think all of that has the potential of having some, especially this over here. Maybe we should go over there. It's further sail away, though. Hey, there's only one God, and I don't share greatness with him. All right, let's go. What do we got? We have lignite, and unfortunately, you can't really find it in lignite. Yeah, you can't find fire clay in lignite. Let's go down the coast a little bit. We don't have to go far. Now we'll check right here. Nothing. All right, let's go down again. Bituminous coal, 25 blocks away. All right, fair enough. Let's get up. I have to clean the inventory a little bit. We'll get rid of some of these claystone stones, as well as the sand. Grab the water. Make an elevator. And let's go down. Previous reading was 25 blocks away. Current reading is 18. $17. Okay. We're gonna go from here. $13 blocks away. Hopefully this time I can get some fucking fire clay. Not to say the trip hasn't been worth it, but without the fire clay, you know. That's like the whole reason we set out, really. It's hard to find fire clay and coal. It really is. It's not that easy. You got such a low chance of encountering it. 9 blocks away. Well, that's the closest reading here. Eight, 7. Bituminous coal, 4 blocks away. It just says 3 blocks away. Everywhere. What about over here? 2 blocks away. Come on, man. Come on. I've been faithful. I have been faithful. Therefore, I deserve fire clay. That's how it works. Yeah, you automatically get everything you want. Hello, sweetie. Do you want a hot chocolate tonight, Zeus? Exactly. All right.
I haven't finished your soup.
I'm nibbling at it.
Your nibbling means 12 hours of leaving cold food.
Yo, I finish it. You overfeed me. And I love it.
Maybe I do. Maybe I should force you in. When you say in the
Let's have a breakfast.
rolling around,
Let's have a fry up.
yeah, rolling around in the sheets really made me all hungry. Let's have chodes and eggs for breakfast. I'll remind you. Overfeed you, man.
Alright, we're gonna continue sailing down the coast. I found some black coal here, but I'm not gonna be finding any fire clay. So we drop this site and we go to the next one. I won't surrender. I won't surrender. I will not resign myself to using flint. I'm not a peasant. No, we will find fire clay straight from the tap. Yeah, calcined flint is for peasants. It's for people who have pronouns, like weird pronouns. Fire clay, or, yeah, no, yeah. I stand by it. All right, let's go down right here. Of course. All right, let's mark this. Oh yeah. I need the waterfall. There. Previous reading is 32. Current reading is 25. Holy shit, that was intense. I mean, we're fine. Just barely. Let's close this up. Repair my little elevator shaft and keep going. Bituminous 17. Bituminous 17. Bituminous 15. Okay, we're going the right direction. Still says 15. Okay. Zuzi yearns for the dad bod. She's trying to fatten you up. 100%, dude. She'll have me looking like one of those coffee aliens from Men in Black soon. ETA is like 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
That's a...
Well, we found the black coal, and we found fire clay. Look at that, guys. We finally got it. Now, I'm gonna have to keep it down because Susanna's mother is sleeping, and their bedroom is on the other side of our wall, so I'm gonna keep it down. I'm gonna grab this fire clay, some of the coal, and then we're gonna get the hell out of Dodge, alright? And then we'll wrap up for the day, and we'll come back to everything tomorrow. Reinvigorated and ready to rock. hopefully we hear the sweet, sweet news that protesters in Minnesota are being crushed. Absolutely just crushed. Obliterated by the authorities. Handcuffed and hog-tied. What? Oh, there is such a good amount of fire clay right here. This is nice. Okay, I think that's our cue to get out of here now. No more risks. We got the fire clay. Yeah, let's get out of here. Leave well enough alone. That's beautiful, man. The last place that we were able to check. Trump flipped his stance on that shooting because the father was a Trump supporter. Yeah. The father was savage. He flat out said, like, if she was walking with God, then she never would have been there. He was literally like, my own daughter, my stepdaughter, fucked around and found out. That's, like, amazing. I honestly love that, dude. Like, CNN interviews the dad, expecting him to be like, oh, how dare they? And he's like, no, she fucked around, she found out. They're doing God's work, and she's not abiding by God. Like, I love it, dude. Okay. I'm on my way home, Susanna. Okay, we got an entire stack of quartz. We got 2.5 stacks of fire clay, a little bit of lead. A shitload of coal. Look at all this. That's amazing. Almost 750, dude. We're well and truly in spring. The bees are going to produce again soon. Right on. Oh, those antlers are fucking sick. I would love to mount those on my wall, dude. A bear. Oh yeah. Little cherry on top. Decorative armor. Alright, have a good night, Butter. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for chilling today, man. Yeah, it's beautiful, eh? I'm not done the windows yet, though. We're gonna make them all look like that. You're just like, shut up, hurry up, Tom. That in there. Let's connect it. Nice. Okay. Yeah, buddy. Hang on. Right there. Oh, yeah. Nice, there's still fucking fuel. Two-thirds of the way done. Alright guys, we're pretty much done for the night. Well, everybody, thank you very much for chilling. I've appreciated your company. I hope you're appreciating the adventure and getting ideas for your own. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a good night and a wonderful sleep or a great rest of your day, depending on the hemisphere you call home. And I'll see you tomorrow. Keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun, my friends. Until next time. Sweet.